Thank you, STLTV. Good morning. We're going to call today's Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Present.
Vice Chair Saunier. Present. Alderman Browning. Alderman Cone. I'm sorry, Chair Clark Hubbard.
Here.
Alderman Cone. Alderman Browning. We have 3 present. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Quorum being established, I'll accept a motion to accept the minutes from Tuesday, March 5th, 2024.
So moved.
It was moved by Alderwoman Schweitzer and seconded by Vice Chair Saunier that we approve the minutes from March 5th, 2024. I'm going to ask to see, because we had a meeting in between March 5th and now, correct? Then we have a meeting last Tuesday.
It's not ready yet.
The minutes aren't ready yet.
We did. Let me make sure those prints out a copy of.
Okay.
I'll get you a copy. You want to wait to,
Okay, yeah, we can definitely move. We're going to move this agenda around, a very heavy agenda. I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Chair so that we can start with Board Bill 143.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, you are recognized to speak to Board Bill number 43.
Thank you. Out of respect for our directors and administration that's represented here today, we're going to do 143 committee sub first. You know, normally I would have been last, but this is how we're going to do it today again. So I want to make sure you all have Board Bill 143, the committee sub, before you.
I make a motion that we bring board. Were you making that motion, Clark Hubbard?
Go ahead.
Make a motion that we bring Board Bill 143 committee substitute in front of the committee.
Second. Previous roll.
All right. So we're going to move forward. There are plenty of speakers here. If you know, this is Board Bill 143. Now the committee sub, we've been working on some reprogramming for the ARPA funding that we noticed and identified that we needed to make sure we are able to use it in the time manner that we have to. So with me today, and I'll call them up first, is the Mayor's Administration, Jared Boyd, and then I'll let him call up the directors in the order he wishes after the presentation.
Sure. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name's Jared Boyd. As you know, I have the pleasure of serving as Chief of Staff to Mayor Tashara Jones, and I will help lead the presentation today on Board Bill 143, Committee Substitute. I will start with the presentation, and as you see in the room with us today, we have many of our department chairs that have been working feverishly to implement a lot of the ARPA programs that are in place and are proposed today. So I see you all have a busy agenda, and happy to start the presentation at your leisure.
That's fine.
Do I need to get sworn in, or how does this work?
No, you don't have to get sworn in.
Great.
Yeah.
is the presentation drive? You sent it over to the clerk?
sent your presentation over already?
I believe so. Good morning. It looks like we are able to proceed with the presentation. So Board Bill 143, committee sub timeline, just want to refresh your memory. It's been a relatively long process. As you know, we introduced this bill in October and had a really healthy dialogue on the state of ARPA and the proposed recommendations at that time. We took a lot of the feedback that we received from the aldermen and the community to heart, had additional and extensive meetings with our departments about their programs, and set realistic expectations for when funds should be obligated, whether or not something was a good idea at the time it was appropriated. And as a result of those ongoing conversations, have been able to craft recommendations with your input, our department's input, and community input. So that is how we got to this point today with an appropriation to reappropriate approximately a little bit under $14 million in ARPA funding. So I'll start with, if we go to the next slide, just an update as to where we stand. As you know, we received 2 different tranches of ARPA funding that totaled near $500 million. Over half of that money has been programmed, and we've spent over $100 million of that funding. In terms of the timeline for use of these funds, we have to obligate these funds by December 31st, 2024, and spend them by December 31st, 2026. Something that we attempted to do in this bill, but will actually probably come back in the fall, is to submit in a reappropriation of any funds that are not obligated by the fall. We want to make sure that the city does not give back any money, whether or not a program had good intentions. We are intent on making sure each and every dollar that was provided to us is spent in the city of St. Louis. So while this reappropriation represents hopefully the last time that we will have to look at new programming, if there are programs that for whatever reason are not able to get off the ground, we will come back to you and likely do a reappropriation to whatever remaining money is in jeopardy to something that we know can get spent, such as our PSAP or streets. Next slide. This also is just a brief update on a departmental basis on where programming and spending exists, and we have department directors who can either today or at another time provide more extensive updates on the status of their expenditures. And then in terms of this appropriation that's before you, I'd put the appropriation into roughly 3 buckets. The first bucket is funding that we are looking to streamline to meet the original purpose for which it is used. So a lot of this is really administrative. Next slide. So we are looking to essentially recategorize and streamline $4.3 million of the ARPA appropriation. The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council was a part of the first ARPA appropriation, and that appropriation included funding for salary, professional services, legal counsel, and communications. We would like to streamline and actually recategorize the money for non-salary to continue paying for the current executive director's salary. She has played a pivotal role in convening different actors in our justice system. For instance, when we look at juvenile issues, those involve the police, the juvenile system, which is under state authority, and several other actors. So it's really important when you have joint accountability to have someone who can help convene those folks who work at every stage. In terms of CDA, they are funded through administrative costs, and under the original appropriation, their administrative costs were broken out by program, and we are seeking to streamline their administrative processes to make it easier for them to continue to do their work. We're not looking for additional funding, just simply streamlining the administrative cost into one bucket to make it easier for not only the comptroller, but additional auditors to help them ensure that that work is on track and compliant. So switching into the next bucket of spending, we're looking at spending that is going to be kept within certain departments, but for different uses. So we'll go to the next slide. Given the size of the ARPA appropriation and all of the federal regulations that are attached to the appropriation, we initially provided the city councilor's office with money for administrative reporting and other services to ensure compliance. The city councilor's been able to provide a lot of that work with current staff or without having to use this funding for outside counsel. As a result, we asked the city councilor what could they use this money for, and they've proposed using this money for a software / document / workload tracking system. This, I think, is an example of how we can use ARPA resources to make city work more efficient. The city councilor has to have an actual person that tracks contracts. This type of system will lead to efficiencies where a computer or a software system can do a lot of that work instead of someone having to keep that information updated manually, among other things. Planning and urban design, we initially appropriated $1 million for neighborhood and capital planning. They have additional economic development tax revenue that provides for neighborhood planners, and we thought it is a better use of these funds to go towards a comprehensive zoning update, which the city has not had since 1950. This is another inefficiency within city government that impacts neighborhoods, it impacts developers, and it requires folks to get variances to do basic things in the city of St. Louis. And above else, zoning is really an expression of our values and our desires and our wishes for how we want to see our neighborhoods look, feel, and see. The St. Louis Agency on Training, SLATE, as commonly known, was given money for job training software and data management and analytics. They feel that a separate program is a better use of these funds This is a program that they previously operated under grant funding that went away, and it would be targeted at incarcerated young adults and ensure that they have a better transition back into society through education and vocational training. So those are the new sources within departments. And then the last category of the appropriation are new uses of funds, and these funds or these uses are derived from a lot of previous programs that had leftover funding. For instance, we purchased a vaccination van, and there were leftover funds for that program in which an additional van couldn't be procured with the leftover funds. And there were a few other programs where they just either failed to launch or there are now greater needs. So the first area that we are proposing for a new appropriation is for additional money for maternal health. $500,000 would go towards expanding our maternal health services, outreach, and programs. We've already expended some ARPA funding on doula services, and as a result of a lawsuit, have leftover funding or funding that cannot be expended for reproductive equity and justice. And we know the city of St. Louis in particular has high rates of premature births and high rates of maternal mortality that can be prevented with programming, education, and services. Our Department of Human Services also is in need of an additional $1.1 million. We have several contracts for safe haven, emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, and other services that are dependent upon contract extensions, and this funding will allow us to extend those services through next winter. The medical examiner, we're also proposing $100,000 for. It is not an understatement to say that lights have literally fallen down on doctors as they've performed autopsies at that facility, so would encourage folks to go and visit that office if they haven't done so. Another proposed new use of funds is for $2.4 million to aid our violence reduction efforts. The programming associated with these costs is tied to the regional crime practicum that the city is a part of, and would most likely go towards continued CVI programming and cognitive behavioral therapy. These are programs that have been studied in other places and have a track record of moving the needle when it comes to safety. The next proposed appropriation category is streets. We heard a lot from alders about the need for money for infrastructure, which is a huge need in the city. So we are proposing money for sidewalk improvements in the form of a cement truck that would help our streets department with their sidewalk work. We have a continued need for improvements to our flood wall. So that is another area of proposed funding. The next category is for parks and recreation, for continued or expanded recreation programming that already, or to expand upon those programs that occur in our recreation centers. And then also private tree removal is another category that came up in our conversations with alders in terms of it being an unmet need that can be dangerous for neighborhoods and people. And then the last category of new uses is for water infrastructure. As you all know, the Water Department's an infrastructure fund, and through your actions, you have started the path of providing the Water Department with the tools it needs to get back to just being sustainable. So providing them with additional resources that I would imagine they will use towards water main replacements will go a long way. So with that, I will open the floor up for questions that either I will answer or refer to the appropriate department director to answer.
Thank you. We will go in order of seniority for questions. So we will start with Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for that thorough presentation. I always appreciate that. So the mortgage assistance source of funds, that was about $600,000 coming back. Can you talk a little bit about that appropriation piece coming back?
Yes, that while we had a huge uptick in usage rate for rental assistance, for whatever reason, we did not have that same uptake rate for mortgage funds. And DHS spoke with, I believe, some of the providers in this space to get their assessment because we thought there was a need for this at the time that it was appropriated. But for whatever reason, we just didn't have a high uptake rate on this, and had further conversations with providers in this space that just confirmed the fact that this never really kind of had a high uptake rate. And then we also talked to DHS about just the critical need to have resources to extend contracts for safe haven, emergency shelter, and some of the other resources that they're in desperate need of using and extending.
Okay. Yeah, I was excited about that, so I'm disappointed it didn't work, but I understand sometimes things we want to happen don't happen. It's a good lesson. Trash task force cameras. That has been so successful in our city, and I saw money coming back from that. Were they able to buy everything that they wanted or could install, or how did that work?
That's an example of a program where we initially thought the cameras were more expensive than they turned out to be. So we were able to achieve the same objectives and KPIs with a smaller amount of money, hence being able to return money or propose returning money.
Okay, that's great news for that piece. It's been really successful and helpful in my ward to deal with some of the dumping that we have, so I appreciate that moving forward. Regarding the expenditures, of course, I'm very excited to see water relief and infrastructure in this, and I do want to understand a little bit more about how that money gets to the water division, with the water relief portion being relief and their overdue water bills. Does that money still make its way to eventually be spent in the water division? Hi.
It's the first time I have to bring a department director here to answer a question, but I think Kurt is capable of providing an answer.
Thank you.
Just say your name and your title, please.
I'm Kurt Scobie. I'm the Director of Public Utilities. There's $2.2 million for the Water Department. $1 million would go to assist residents for their accounts that are in arrears, up to $500 an account. This money would help them settle their accounts, but also it brings in revenue in the end to the Water Department. We have one project to replace 2 water mains in East Grand. This is an area that we've had several breaks. It impacts the MSD plant there at Bissell. There are some manufacturing facilities there that impacts them, and it also complicates us distributing water further in the city. So this is a good project that needs to be funded.
Okay, I'm just making sure that that amount of money is making its way to the water division for projects that need to get done, and there's not something else going on. So
yeah, we'll
make sure that's what's happening. Okay, good. I will make sure. Thank you. And then my last question that I have, private tree removal. I understand it's an unmet need. I know we've seen traumas occur from them falling and hurting people, and so I'd like to know a little bit more about how that program will be managed to get how many done and just what that will look like when I know our forestry division has so much on their plate.
Sure. I'll invite Greg to come up, but while he's approaching the dais, I will say that we do have a backlog of 200 trees, in excess of 200 trees on the removal list for private tree removal. And to be candid with you, capacity is always an issue when we talk about our balancing needs and capacity. So first and foremost, we're probably going to have to work with a contractor to complete the existing work and to do this type of work. So in addition to designing a program, a large part of this work is going to be finding a contractor or multiple contractors to help the forestry department engage in tree removal. Now, in terms of selection, I'm sure they're able to prioritize trees that are already on their list. But in terms of a definite program design, I think we're still working on.
Do you have a concept of how many trees it might be, with understanding that the contractor price will figure in?
Yes, so that's a great question. So with the proposed just shy of 900,000, we have well over 200 trees in our hopper, so to speak. These are folks where a citizen lives next to another one typically and is concerned about the hazard. We have those rated by ISA certified arborists. So when we come into the process and planning, I think it's a fairness issue. We have 14 wards in the, we'd have to map that out. If you get a perspective on 900,000, our average tree price for a removal, and it can vary, is about 5,000. So you're talking the city could remove about 180 private trees, which are the scorn of aldermen and alderwomen, as you know, especially if the target is an alley, a street, a sidewalk, or even a neighboring property, of course, which is of real concern to folks that live next to them. So it'd be unprecedented funding. Last comment is the city has funded about $30,000 to $50,000 a year to do private work with Hanson. I've had 2 conversations with them. They can certainly do some ghost scheduling on the if these funds become available. They may have the capacity to do all this work themselves.
We already have a contract with them that would allow for expansion of that service?
That's correct. We have a contract through 2027 with Hanson, a very reputable, bonded and insured company in the region.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Would the cost of the removal then be billed to the private owner that the city would then collect it back? And it's a situation, the situation where the city would end up with getting this money back, so to speak, possibly? No.
I don't think we've explored billing private residents for this program yet. That's still something that we would consider, but I don't think we've thought about this as a revolving program, but something that would just meet basic public safety needs.
I understand. I would just be interested in if it is possible to recoup these funds, then let's try to do that. And I think one of the reason people talk about this to their aldermen so often is that they want everyone to do their part and to take care of their property as well. So I just want to make sure that, people do. That's all my questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the time people took in advance of this to answer my other 100 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Cone. I don't know if you're still on the screen. Okay, Alderman Browning.
Thank you. And I want to thank the mayor's office for going through this and trying to figure out the best use for this money that's coming back to us as quickly as possible. I know that's no easy feat with the amount of things that our city has to deal with. I think Alderman Schweitzer covered most of my questions. I just want to express appreciation for the water relief and infrastructure. The private tree removal, I see an absolute need for that. And while I am concerned about people taking care of their own property, I also am aware that sometimes there's an out-of-town landlord who is unresponsive, and we have issues where a tree imminently threatens and cases that I've seen, things like affordable housing, and we don't want to have trees fall and hurt people. So I'll be more interested in how that selection goes as well, and would like to follow up with you all on that. Similarly, I consider the flood wall to be a different type of water infrastructure, and grateful that we're addressing that as well. So again, I just want to thank the mayor's office for their diligence in this, and look forward to supporting this today. Thank you.
We have some other alders in the room, so I will ask them if they would like to ask any questions. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I want to echo the sentiments from Alderman Browning and also Alderwoman Schweitzer. I know it's been a lot of work put in this to try to figure out how we can get these funds reallocated and get out the door. I also want to thank Ms. Millbrook for kind of during our break, making sure that all the people voices was uplifted and highlighted in this process. And I want to thank again Alderwoman Schweitzer. She's kind of chaired the water infrastructure and had the bill, and to be able to see more funds going to the water division is critical, knowing how critical water is. I guess I do have one question just to make sure I'm not confused on the slides. I guess under the new use of funds, under the police department, are we reallocating the 2.5 million? Okay, and I thought we had took it out because in the past, because it wasn't needed or found a different house, so we're putting that back in.
To answer your question, Alderman Aldridge, the initial appropriation was for $5 million in police overtime pay. Due to attrition, retirement, we have not had to tap into this source of funding for police overtime. So I believe Alderman Oldenburg initially appropriated 2.5 of that original 5 million towards cameras and other upgrades. So we were still left with 2.5 million in police overtime, which we have not had to tap into. So given the fact that we have not had to tap into that 2.5 million, it's a part of this appropriation as well. So this is just fully reappropriating that initial $5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a few questions as well, most of which you touched on. I just was hoping to get some additional details about them. The neighborhood planning, that the additional $1 million, is that tied to some of what the neighborhoods are applying for now with the funding that's out? I know there's a round for neighborhood. Can you just speak to what that specifically is for?
Sure. So that was initially envisioned for neighborhood planners, so additional staff in the planning department that would help neighborhoods create plans that would be community focused and provide a solid roadmap for what communities wanted to be proactive as opposed to reactive when developers come. There are communities that do have relatively new plans, but it is important that we extend that service to more of our neighborhoods. So given the fact that there were openings and the planning department was not able to fill some of these roles, we thought it would be a better use of money to switch and devote this funding to zoning, which is another way of letting developers and folks know what communities want before providing something that communities react to.
Thank you. And then I had another question. I see a small allocation to the Department of Human Services for a call hotline centralized intake. I don't know if I'm reading it wrong. It looks like $27. Maybe there was just a small shortage, or is that a typo? I'm not sure.
That might be in the source of funds, and that might be an example of a program where we had a small amount of leftover resources after a program concluded.
Thank you. And then I guess another one I had a question about, because it's under Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, is the Behavioral Health Recreation Programming. Could you just elaborate on what that is a bit more?
Yes, trying to find counselors for rec center participants, and I believe we've been able to use some of this money in our rec centers. It's just that we're not able to utilize the entire amount that was originally appropriated.
Understood.
Joaquina, do you want to come and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Joaquina Galleon. I am the new Commissioner for Recreation. So to answer your question, we did allocate some of the money and have used the money for some programs. We have Teens of Tomorrow that we've used the money for. We had Charms, and we also have Browntrepreneur. The problem is we had one contract that wanted to move forward and was going to be able to provide counseling sessions for each one of our centers. However, they backed out at the last minute. So that's why we have the extra funding.
Thank you. That completes my questioning. Do you all have any additional speakers, or did you want to close, Alderwoman?
Okay, I did want to acknowledge that Alderman Cone, I think he's going to try to come over now. So before we close, I will make sure, obviously make sure if he has any questions. I want to acknowledge all of the department heads that are here today. And thank you all for taking the time out to be able to answer questions from our colleagues about these different reprogramming and appropriations. They're all represented here today, and we don't take that for granted, not for a second, so thank you. And I'm sure if you have any additional questions that come up, they can be addressed
I see Alderman Cone,
afterwards.
too.
Okay,
So you can-
Alderman Cone.
Yes.
I don't have any questions. I think most of mine were answered already from colleagues, but I do want to also just acknowledge the staff and the mayor's office for their efforts. I know that as this board bill was first presented, there were a number of questions that were outstanding, and so being able to take the time, and I know there's been a lot of effort to reach out to department heads and get feedback in terms of where ARPA funds are currently and how we can best allocate those for going forward. So I just want to reiterate my appreciation there and look forward to working with you as we continue that process. Thank you. And thank you, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, for acknowledging me.
Absolutely. Okay, so before I close, I want to thank my colleagues. You know, this was introduced back in October of last year, and we heard it a couple of times in committee and last in November. And what this shows is the collaboration, you all meeting with the administration constantly, making sure that we're being responsible about this ARPA funding as we move forward, knowing that we have to, in a lot of things, make changes, and reprogramming is important. And we know some of our colleagues are champions and cheerleaders more than others, and I'm very proud that this bill reflects that. It's a moral document, and to your point, when you're moving and spending funds, it ultimately shows where your heart and where the heart of the city of St. Louis is. So there's a lot of programming that wasn't even touched on, and I encourage you to explore that even more and be able to share it with your constituencies on how this money is getting right back down on the ground, which is ultimately why we were able to get it in the first place. So with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration and due pass recommendation on Board Bill 143 Committee Sub.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Point of order. I don't think that was a proper motion.
Can you say the whole thing?
I make a motion that we pass Board Bill 143 with the due pass recommendation. 143 committee substitute with the due pass recommendation.
Second.
Alderman
Madam
Cone.
Clerk, may you?
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sonier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning,
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard. 5 aye votes.
And with that, you all sustain a motion to pass Board Bill 143 with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you all, and thank you all again for being here this morning. All right, we do have two bills on here that are direct reflections from Board Bill 143 Committee Sub. One is mine, so I'm going to fall back into what I normally do and let my colleagues go before me, and I'm just going to humbly ask my colleague from the 14th if he will do the same. Okay, so let's move forward on the agenda. Let's see your agenda too. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Is Alderwoman Keys on the Zoom? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and recognize you on Board Bill number 197.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So the bill that I'm introducing today is from a local developer, Midas Enterprises. They're proposing $125 million dual branded 304-room Kempton Hotel and Staybridge Suites. And the site for this will be at the location where there were two former Wells Fargo buildings that were torn down and now sits two giant vacant lots. This would be the largest development to date in the new 11th Ward. The project would replace the two lots with two, very nice hotels. Servicing the area would be City Park, our new soccer stadium, Wells Fargo's Midtown campus, as well as Ponce Health and Science University, and all of the other downtown businesses in the area would, support this hotel, or these hotels rather. And it's conveniently located near the MetroLink north-south expansion. In addition to the project, it'll generate 150 quality construction jobs, 116 full-time equivalent jobs with an average annual salary of $43,000. Midas has commitment to work with Great Rivers Greenway to help fund the Brick Line expansion and also enhance the bike and pedestrian access for those visiting St. Louis, downtown St. Louis, and Midtown St. Louis. So Board Bill 197 or is asking for a 10-year, 75% tax abatement for the project. Board Bill 206 would authorize a 1% sales tax community improvement district to help offset the project's costs. St. Louis Development Corporation has reviewed this project and is in support of this tax abatement and proposed SID. So with that being said, I would like for the representatives from St. Louis Development Corporation to have an opportunity to explain further the project, as well as those representatives from Midas Corporation.
Good afternoon, Zach Wilson, SLDC. There we go. Sorry about that. Zach Wilson, SLDC. The project scored. LCRA saw this project back in November 2023. SLDC supports 10 years at 75%. It's currently a vacant lot. The previous building was 20,000 square feet, built in 1968. That was vacant. The proposed project is a $126 million project with 2 hotels, one with 174 rooms, the other one 130. One's a Kipton, one's a Staybridge, 2 different types of hotels. One was more upscale. Staybridge is extended stay. It scores 40 points out of our community scorecard, and and it does provide 114 full-time jobs. We based that off the total hours the developers gave it to us. We got Andrew Knapp that can go over the community scorecard, and Jake Narup can go over the financial scorecard if you like.
All right, so Andrew Knopp, SLDC. So as Zach said, this does get to a total score of 40 points on the community benefits scorecard. That puts it in tier 2, eligible up for up to 20 years of tax abatement, 10 years at 90%, and 10 years at 50%. But we are not recommending up to that ceiling. So there's just a few categories where this project scores points. The location, so it's in Economic Justice Index Area 3, so 10 points from that. As a reminder, there's 5 categories within that index. 116 rounded up FTE, so 9 points for that. It's a significant job creator. It is, very close to a potential north-south Metrolink station, so this is, transit-oriented development, hopefully. Total capital investment of $125 million, so significant investment, 7 points for that. And it is within our employment district, so creating jobs within that. So yeah, just in summary, it's a significant investment, creating jobs that, replaced a parking garage, and so hopefully with potentially transit nearby that gets utilized by employees and users of the hotel. And if you have questions, I can answer them. Otherwise, we can have Jake go through the financial model.
Good afternoon. My name is Jake Narup. I do financial analysis for SLDC. From a revenue perspective, this project is significant. The property has base taxes currently of about $109,000 a year. We would expect that to increase during the abatement period to a little over $470,000 a year. And after the abatement period ends, we'd expect that to increase to about $1.8 million a year for the whole site with both hotels and the restaurant on the ground floor. We're projecting fiscal benefit to the city of $3.9 million over the first 10 years, increasing to $10.97 million over 20 years, and fiscal benefit to the schools of $3.7 million over 10 years, increasing to $16.69 million over 20 years. That is inclusive of the significant increase in property taxes, as well as sales taxes on rooms at an average rate of $198 a night, and average occupancy, room occupancy of about 70%, as well as sales taxes on food and beverage from the hotel, as well as the restaurant on the ground floor. We are also inclusive of the payroll and earnings taxes on the 116 jobs that we've mentioned. Based on $126 million in total project cost, the developers provided an estimate of $84 million in hard costs, and that translates to about $20.1 million to minority-owned enterprises and $9.2 million to women-owned enterprises. We're estimating a net present value of about 6% of project costs for the abatement, and an incentivized developer return of a little over 9%, which is just below the median for hospitality in the Midwest region, which is about 10%. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, was that it for SLDC?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Alderwoman Keys, did you have any other speakers before we open up for public comment? They're staying. You're muted, sis. You're muted, Alderwoman Keys. You're muted.
No,
Now you're
it
not.
says
Now
that
we
I'm
can hear you.
on.
We can hear
Yeah,
you
it
now.
says that I'm on. Okay. No, I was saying that I don't have any other speakers. But I would like it if the representatives or a representative from SLDC could stay in case there were any comments that they could answer specifically for the audience as well as the members of the committee.
Absolutely. Did anyone from the development team, did you have anyone from the development team that you wanted to speak? Okay.
I'm sorry, if I could swear you in real quick.
Oh, sure.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Maybe.
Thank you. All right, so my name is Doug Rasmussen, the founder and CEO of Steadfast City. We're a local economic development consulting firm, and we work with community development groups, nonprofits, real estate developers, and businesses. We're based in St. Louis. I didn't have much to add to Zach and Jake's analysis, but just wanted to mention that our team is here for any specific questions. Nick Hartzler, who's on our team, an analyst, Shayla Meehan. Scott Riley will be here later to talk about Board Bill 206, which I know is what we're not talking about right now. And then I was going to introduce you all to David Robert, who's the CEO of Midas Hospitality. So I'll ask David to come up at this time, and then we'll be able to answer whatever questions you all have.
Thank you, Doug.
Mr. Robert, may I swear you in? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm David Robert with Midas Hospitality. Glad to be back in front of you today to talk about another large investment we'd like to make in the city. Our plan is to replace the 2 office towers that have been vacant for many years, generating minimal real estate taxes with a new Kimpton Hotel and Staybridge Suites Hotel. Our investment's over $125 million in the city. We understand the history of this site. To pay homage to the Mill Creek Valley residents, we are naming the property the Josephine after Josephine Baker, who grew up in Mill Creek Valley neighborhood just blocks from the we also know our exact site was the location of the People's Finance Building, the first commercial building in the U.S. built out of black money. We've donated to GRC to help fund a statue on our corner commemorating this. We've worked long and hard to make this project pencil, but we can't do it without the abatement and the SID. We think it's a good thing for the city. Even after the subsidy, current real estate taxes will go up $360,000 a year during the abated period. The school district will receive an additional $3.7 million in the first 10 years. The SID's important also to help maintain the sidewalks, landscaping around the brick line. We have a significant brick line project at our corner, very similar to what's in front of the soccer stadium, and we need to be able to maintain it and keep it looking good. I also know there have been other downtown hotels in the news that are struggling and looking for assistance or even went into receivership. We stressed this project to make sure that it had long-term viability. The biggest difference is our project has much lower leverage, much lower debt than some of the others. We have a 20-year franchise license for the properties. We have great demand generators around us like NGA, SLU, City Soccer, Medical, and Wells Fargo. The 2 brands appeals to unique customers that are not currently staying in the city. And honestly, we live here. The last thing we want to do is propose something that fails. This project will not fail. We could and have invested in other cities. We're investing in St. Louis because this is home for most of our 1,200 employees and their families. We're trying to make a difference here. With all the infrastructure improvements at Jefferson Market, the new metro route, this corner really will become the first impression for those traveling from the west to downtown. I hope you see this value and the investment that we're making in the city. Let us help make St. Louis better. I think you know everything about me and Midas, but I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. And thank you in advance for supporting our improvement to the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, anyone who signed up to speak, raise your right hand, and Madam Clerk's going to swear you in all at the same time so that we won't have to hold you all up in the process.
Mr. Ozier? Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay, thank you. First speaker is Lou Moy. In opposition,
Check. Okay. I have a statement, but before that, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Lou Moy. I'm president emeritus of the St. Louis chapter of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists and was one of the founders of the St. Louis chapter 50 years ago. I'm also a 60-year member of the United Automobile Workers Union. And I live at 4472 Burchard Boulevard, which is the 12th ward. And I've been staying there for the last almost 50 years. Thank you. Good morning. I'm testifying this morning as a black male citizen urging you to vote no on Bill 197. According to St. Louis SLDC scorecard, the two new hotels will not provide living wage quality jobs and will not in any way contribute to eradicating poverty as we know it in our communities. I have often stated publicly how the root causes of crime in our black neighborhoods are related to concentrated poverty. This poverty is not self-inflicted. It is a result of local, state, federal government, historical, racist economic injustices, and the abundance of low-wage, no-benefit jobs. Where there is extreme poverty, you often find pain and suffering that need to be addressed, such as hunger, unhoused, poor health, mental illness, drug and alcohol abuse, school dropouts, teenage pregnancies, unemployment, underfunded schools, gangs, and gun violence. After having lived on Burchard Boulevard in the 4400 block for the 47 years, and after 50+ years of walking, canvas, knocking on doors in the neighborhood, and also after 50+ years of attending meetings, forums, rallies, and marches in North St. Louis and other cities, I've seen how poverty, laced with racism, predatory lending, redlining, and the mass removal of black men from society can train wreck a neighborhood and weakens its ability to enact safety measures to weed out crime. St. Louis is currently ranked in the top 20 worst cities for children living below the federal poverty level. The U.S. Census Bureau showed nearly 40% of St. Louis children live in poverty. So, therefore, after saying all that, what we need is living wage, quality jobs now. And again, I urge you to vote no on 197. And if I could add, the SLDC scorecard that was mentioned did not award any points for quality jobs, did not recognize quality jobs at all on their scorecard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. You always get blessed whenever you speak, not with just your testimony, but your history and your wisdom and your
Thank you.
acknowledgement of what's really some of the real issues are. So thank you so much for being here this morning.
The next speaker, Kim Bartholomew.
Hello, Kim Bartholomew, Unite Here Local 74 President. Lou kind of took most of the words out of my mouth. We're here today because it is about quality jobs and making sure, unfortunately these days, we do need to be our brothers and sisters keepers and making sure that all the citizens of St. Louis are taken care of. And they should earn a living wage. They should be able to afford health insurance. And I'll echo Lou's statement is, if you do look at that scorecard, they big goose egg on quality jobs. The second part is Midas is back here again. This is not their first tax abatement. They came in here before and they promised a lot of things and said they were going to do things, but here they are again, and we don't even know if they're going to live up to what they said the first time around, and they're back here for more tax abatements. I think the city needs to do better, and the city needs to do better for its citizens and for the working people that will be paying taxes working at a city property. I'll be here for the whole hearing if people have questions. If you have questions now, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Mr. Jay Ozier, in opposition.
Good morning and good afternoon. I am Jay Ozier, over 60-year resident of the city of St. Louis. I'm also the president of the St. Louis chapter of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. And I'm a 50-year member of the Carpenters Local Union 92 here in St. Louis. The month of March is Women's History Month. It would be important for us to keep in mind that the majority of the jobs that will be on completion of these projects will be done by women. It should be also noted that women who are in non-union jobs only receive 73 cents compared to a male receiving $1 doing the same job. Many of them will have children and need affordable housing, health care, paid vacations, sick leave, real pensions, and a voice. Women's History Month is not just about dead people, nor is it an abstract utopia idea. It affects real people's lives and their families. There would be no need for unions if employers would treat their workers right, with respect and dignity, and afford them all the benefits that they receive for themselves and their families. Our tax dollars must be used wisely, because with each tax giveaway, our public schools are shortchanged of much-needed funds for the education of our future, our children. I'd like to point out, they point in this economic analysis, they said the average wage is $43,000. That means there is as many that's making less than that, that is making over that. There's an old saying that says, figures don't lie, but liars figure. We urge this distinguished body to vote no on Midas Hospitality's attempt not to pay their fair share of taxes. It is a saying that goes, for those that much has been given, much is expected. I ask you in support of our community and St. Louis City taxpayers, vote no, because if it's an even exchange, it's not robbery. Otherwise, you know what it is. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ozier.
Teresa Donnelly. Okay, I need to swear you in. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hi, I'm the Reverend Dr. Teresa Danley. I graduated from high school in St. Louis in 1994 on the steps of City Hall, and I left St. Louis never planning to come back. I've now been back since 2004, a resident in the same block of what was the 15th and is now the 6th Ward since 2005. And I've been privileged to be able to walk my children to Mann Elementary School in SLPS, and I'm currently the PTO president at Mann. 2 of my children are now at McKinley Middle School because unfortunately Fanning Middle School was closed and is now being fought over as a development project. A recent Good Jobs First report noted that SLPS students lose out on over $1,600 per year because of tax abatements. According to information from SLDC, between 2017 and 2022, there were approximately $53 million in new property tax revenue generated by development, which breaks down to about $187 per student, which is nowhere near the over $1,600 per student being lost per year. And this is very personal for me as both a parent of 3 students in SLPS and the PTO president of a Title I school in SLPS, and a person who moved back to St. Louis by choice to make my roots here in the city of St. Louis, and who wants to see this city thrive. And yes, I am also a union member, News Guild CWA Local 36047, and I am also a priest in the Episcopal Church, and I also work for Missouri Jobs with Justice. But I am here today as a parent and as a city resident by choice to say that we need to stop the tax abatements on the backs of our children. We need to stop the fragmentation of our schools. We're currently at 17 school districts and climbing in this city. We need to come together and focus on the future of our children and create housing that will keep families in the city of St. Louis and not single people. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers on Board Bill 197. Mr. Korhoff, would you raise your right hand? Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Alders. Thank you for your service to the city and for an opportunity to address you this afternoon. My name is John Karhoff, and I'm a representative from the Electrical Workers Union in St. Louis. I represent electricians that live and reside in the city of St. Louis, and I stand in opposition to this bill for the reasons I previously stated under Alderman Aldridge's bill for the Sheraton. I will tell you that my comments under that committee hearing did warrant a phone call from the construction division of Midas Development to inform us that our contractors were $3 million above the open shop competitor that had bid on that project at the Sheraton. Now, I hope I don't have to explain to you how you can pay prevailing wages on a project of that size and be $3 million below a contractor that pays the wages, the established wages and benefits that have been won in this region on every project, not just those that mandate prevailing wage. And so, even though I represent electrical workers from Local 1, I fight to sustain those living wages and benefits for all electrical workers, whether I represent them or not. And I would like to encourage the committee to look seriously at the way this bill is currently drafted and see if you can add language that'll improve the prevailing wage conditions for the workers that will be on the development. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, before we move with questions, I want to acknowledge that our Director, Neil Richardson, is here. I didn't know if he had any comments or if you're just here for.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hubbard, for the opportunity to speak. I was just going to state, based on SODC, we have went through a strenuous process working with the Board of Aldermen to develop this proposal report and scorecard to ensure that we provide a more consistent and transparent process to the public and community. And our job is to ensure that we are conducting ourselves in a manner as good stewards and working with SLPS and other taxing jurisdictions on the various analysis, the economic analysis that we perform. Based on our analysis, the financial analysis that we conducted, it has been determined that based on the financial analysis that we recommended 10 years at 75%, in order to ensure that this project is able to be financially feasible and financially possible to actually take place. We've also showcased the additional revenues that will be created for the city of St. Louis, as well as the St. Louis Public Schools, even through the 10-year tax abatement period, and then will greatly increase after the 10-year period. And so for SODC's perspective, our job is solely to provide the economic analysis and to provide the context as to the reputation of the project and developing the scorecard to outline the community benefits. So I just wanted to make and reinforce the statements I'm sure Mr. Zach Wilson was able to make earlier. That's our job and our protocol to be able to provide that in a very transparent, unbiased way to the committee and to the public.
Thank you so much, Director Richardson. And I do want to publicly thank you and Mr. Wilson and the team as well. As a proud SLPS parent, I definitely share some of the concerns that Reverend had. And anytime I've reached out to you all with questions directly, not just about specific projects, but projects overall, what abatement means, not just at the point of awardship, but as it comes to fruition, what it means for us. And I'm glad we're working on the context to be able to give a greater report and education on that, because I think there is some around that process out in the community. So with that, I will now start with questions. President Green, did you have any questions? Okay. Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I just have a couple comments to make. I understand that, from the testimony that's been provided here, that the hotel does meet what I call the but-for test with respect to requiring incentives in order to complete the project. I was fairly clear the last time that we had this discussion with this particular developer that I am very challenged around the amount of incentives that we continue to provide within our central corridor, which I have a tendency to describe as between Interstate 44 and Del Mar. And so, this is, another project that, is within that central corridor that we're seeking incentives for. The abatement, TIFs, things of that nature, I understand there's a necessity for them sometimes, but, in my estimation and where I've been trying to focus my efforts, during my tenure down here is trying to get those resources, those tools, those incentives to be more applicable in neighborhoods north of Del Mar and particularly also in Southeast City. And so I am regularly challenged with the activity that we have in our central corridor, but do understand that from time to time there are projects, worthy of that discussion, worthy of, the incentives that would eventually end up benefiting both our schools and our city as a whole. So want to, first acknowledge that. Where I find myself also challenged with this, and I didn't hear an answer during the testimony, so I would like to have a question, I believe of SLDC, and they may or may not have an answer for me, but, if Director Richardson or Mr. Wilson could tell me, were there previous incentives offered at this site? I'm specifically thinking of when A.G. Edwards built the property at that site. So, because as it has been acknowledged that was part of the Mill Creek Valley area, and I think, as most of the community probably knows, and if the public doesn't know, that was a very historic neighborhood that was completely blighted and razed by the city, demolished in its entirety, and done so with public money. I think that many folks don't necessarily understand that the city of St. Louis at the time had a huge bond issue. It was one of the largest municipal bond issues in the history of the country, where the taxpayers of this city, predominantly in North St. Louis and South St. Louis, and somewhat in the central corridor, as it was being gutted out with demolition at the time, were paying for these bonds in the long term for decades in order to basically do land clearance within that Mill Creek Valley area and elsewhere. The Kosciuszko neighborhood is another one that saw a lot of the quote unquote urban renewal that never happened and displaced thousands and thousands of families. So I am curious if this site did receive incentives following the land clearance from Mill Creek Valley. I believe the buildings that are there were built probably sometime in the 70s. So I'm curious if there's any record of that. They might be later than that. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just basing that off of the architectural style.
No, you're correct. The building was built in 1968 that was demolished not too long ago. I can't speak on that whole site, that corner site, but A.G. Edwards or Wells Fargo or whatever company we're calling it now, it did receive incentives not too long ago. It was mostly for office equipment and things, but I cannot speak for the construction of the building that was demolished because I do not have records of it dating back that far.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate that. I think that those questions are important as we evaluate these incentives as well. It's very frustrating for, an alderperson who represents part of Southeast City, while we're trying to fight for these types of resources, these types of developments, to have people coming back for, a quote unquote second bite at the apple. So that's, another challenge that I have with supporting projects like these. But I do want to get a little bit into the practice of incentivizing hotels. So I am not diametrically opposed to that by its very nature. I think that in some cases it might be necessary to do so. But we did commission a study back in 2019. It's available in the city's website. I believe I also emailed this out to members of the committee several weeks ago. But one of the outcomes of that study that's mentioned in the executive summary, there's actually 14 main points that were made in the executive summary. And I'm going to go ahead and read some of those for the benefit of the public and the committee here. One is providing an understanding of the underlying competitive factors impacting oh, no, that's the wrong part of it. The executive summary, the first bullet point is the St. Louis Central Business District submarket needs 1 or 2 new full-service hotels with one located in approximation to the convention center and having 700 or more rooms. You know, this is an item in particular that I've had many discussions with various hoteliers and the CVC in particular, that is still missing and isn't going to be addressed by this particular development. We are very much missing and still missing from our market they prefer an 800 room hotel, that they're considered convention hotels, because they would have ballrooms and other things of that nature that would be able to accommodate larger conventions and help boost the tourism economy downtown. And so this project in particular doesn't address that particular aspect of the plan that was, or the study that was released back in 2019. There, as far as I can tell out of the 14 points here, this might, hit on 2 of them. One, and the study does mention that a major full-service hotel of 700 or more rooms would require significant financial assistance. Again, this is not that project as kind of proposed by this study here. It does indicate that some additional lifestyle hotel rooms would benefit the Central Business District, and that some of those, given the nature of the hospitality industry, it would be assumed that potential hotel developers are going to ask for some form of assistance. And the next bullet point being financial incentives or assistance can be justified for some hotel types, but the city should be prepared to say no for assistance of other property types. And I think that this is really where I'm struggling, and where my vote on this particular bill is going to be no, because I don't really feel like this aligns with the what this study has indicated we need for our region and what we should be incentivizing from a hotel perspective in general. And some of the conversations that I've had in the last several weeks about this particular board bill, we have several very large vacant buildings downtown. A few that come to mind, the AT&T Tower, it's 1 million square feet of office space that's completely vacant right now. We have the old Millennium Hotel. That is a former 800 room hotel or thereabouts that is currently sitting vacant on our riverfront. The entire building is vacant. It's been vacant for years now. We have the Railway Exchange Building, which is an entire city block. So all of these buildings, and there's probably a few more or a handful more that should be targeted specifically with incentives to try and get them back online and addressing the gaps that we have in our hotel inventory that will help address the convention business, the tourism business that we want to see in a thriving downtown market. But as far as I can ascertain at this point in time, this hotel doesn't necessarily do that. Since this study was completed in 2019, we've had a number of other boutique hotels that have come online. We've got the Angard Arts Hotel, we have the 21C Hotel, we had, I think, Hotel St. Louis. There were, a number of hotels that have come online that are more in that, 100, 200 room hotel mix that have, kind of that lifestyle trend that's associated with them. And so, even since the study was completed and it said that we needed to focus on some of those lifestyle hotels, but incentives should be considered with the kind of asterisks there that incentives may or should be declined in some cases. We have provided incentives for many of those projects already. So, I think that, it's probably time for another study to be done because this is 2019 or 2024, and this was done about 5 years ago. So, the market is obviously ever evolving, and we've had the pandemic since then, which has hit many hotels very hard, as Mr. Robert, had indicated. There's some that are currently in receivership downtown. So I think that that is another opportunity for us to also focus on where those incentives are. And here we are having a conversation around building a new one when there's existing hotels and existing infrastructure that are either vacant, closed, or going into receivership. So I would rather the city focus, and whether that's SLDC or another entity, but it seems appropriate for SLDC to be focusing their energy on targeting those properties specifically and trying to work with them on incentive packages to get those back online. So I do appreciate the conversation this morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak here and share my perspective on it. I think I've had conversations with most parties involved at this point, and I think where I'm at this point is I would be a no on Board Bill 197, but supportive of the SID. I think the SID has merits in terms of being able to provide infrastructure. I know that we're not currently on that bill at the moment, but I did want to just share my thoughts on that as well while I have the floor. But those are really the remarks I have, Madam Chair, and thank you for the time and consideration.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone being here to answer questions. If SLDC is able to come and answer a few of my questions, I'd appreciate it. Hi, Ms. Wilson. Thank you for being here. I see that the total jobs created, it says maximum points possible and points earned, and then it receives the top amount there. And it said estimated to create 114 FTE, which I guess is full-time employment.
Correct.
Can you talk about a little bit about, is there a certain amount of jobs that is in that 9 number to get the high? Is it like you have to be over 100 jobs, or doesn't matter what kind of jobs?
Let me pull Andrew up.
Okay.
Map up. He can go
Thank you.
down through how each category is scored, but we got a certain amount of hours provided to us from the application, and then that's how we pulled the information from. And that's why we didn't score in the quality jobs, because the dollar mark didn't hit that threshold. So I'll let Andrew go through the.
Yeah, the quality job threshold is my next question. So.
Yep. So FTE is full-time equivalent. So there is, more jobs than that created, but a lot are part-time, given the nature of it being a hotel and things like that. So, and then to receive quality jobs, it needs to be 80% of the total jobs paying a livable wage, either with benefits or paying a wage without benefits that could allow someone to, acquire their own. So, and we've also not really counted part-time jobs as a part of that, no matter what they pay, because another job would be needed to supplement that on a full-time basis. So it does create a lot of jobs, and I think looking at the full job breakdown, 40 of the jobs would qualify as quality. So.
And you have to have how many quality jobs to get any points in the quality job, or a certain percentage, or?
Yeah, so it's 80% of the total job.
80.
Job.
Okay, that's what you meant by the 80%.
Yep.
Okay, got it. So, with the quality jobs, so even if quality jobs got any points, it would still be in that same tier. Because it was 40, and if it got 5 points, it would be in the same tier.
Yeah, be in the same tier, and so the ceiling for the abatement threshold was much higher than what we actually recommended. So
right. So the ceiling that you went with is the amount that you went with is lower than the ceiling for the next tier down, actually.
Right. Correct.
Okay. So they received funding as if they were in the 30 to 39 as a ceiling. So even if they lost every point for the full-time jobs, they'd still be in that 30 to 39.
Yes.
Okay.
So you scored 30. Yeah.
And then they received less than what that ceiling was. Okay.
Yes.
And that had more to do with how much the project needed than any sort of perception on SLDC's part about the quality of the project?
The community scorecard sets the ceiling, then when we run the financial model, that kind of hones into where exactly we feel comfortable offering the abatement at. So it's a combination of both, I would say.
Okay. I appreciate that. those are the question. I mean, give me just 1 second to make sure I have. Okay, those are the questions I have for you. If the Midas team is able to come up, please. Hi, Mr. Robert. Thanks for being. So the comment about not paying livable wage, we went over this a lot during the last committee hearing, and I just wanted to understand what you're paying folks, if there's health insurance offered. What are we talking about here? Because that number is not in front of us.
Yeah, so our existing hotels now, we're paying in the city anywhere between $16, $17 starting for entry level, say housekeepers, jobs. That would be, you know, the lowest paid. So it's basically $16, $17 and up, which is today higher than what the union scale is today. So we're competitive with where they are today. So, and we will stay competitive.
So you're saying, I apologize if I missed it, but the health insurance, no?
No, we have health insurance.
And that's
so
an extra thing they can buy?
They can purchase. It's a copay, so we're paying about 65% of the health insurance cost. And yes, there is a deduction that they would have on their withholding if they chose health insurance.
Okay, thank you. These projects are always sometimes more complicated than others. Sometimes there's more input that you get from people than others. You know, one of the things that we're talking about in this project, which is just the function of the order the projects came to the board, that it's coming back for another bite of the apple, which was what I think my colleague from the 3rd said. One of the things that I asked you about in the last committee hearing was about making sure that your team was offering jobs to the folks at the Oyo Hotel. Am I saying that right? Oyo?
You're correct.
Okay. Oyo Hotel. And can you tell me a little bit about how that went? I know we've communicated via email about it, but if you could just kind of.
Sure. So we did end up offering jobs to everyone at the hotel, and as you and I discussed offline, we did not handle it as perfectly as I wanted to right off the bat, but we ended up offering everyone positions. There's roughly 15 employees there. Many of them had been there a long time and were of an age that they chose not to continue working. Some of them chose to leave the industry, but we ended up moving about 8 of them to our other downtown hotel.
So over half of them decided to come to work for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if they're making more, the same? What's do you know?
If their wage was higher than what our start wage was, we kept them at their wage. If it was lower, we raised them to what the entry wage was for that job.
For your, do you know the breakdown of whether or not it was higher or lower?
I think most of them were actually paid lower, so it was about 50-50.
Okay.
Of them got raised, some of them maintained their current wage.
Got it. There was a comment made about helping with the Brick Line Greenway. Can you explain that? Is that part of this bill or is that different?
Yeah, so so the Brick Line runs right in front of us, very similar to what it does, runs in front of the soccer stadium. There will be another large programming out front along the Brick Line with some statues similar to what is in front of the soccer stadium. We've made a $200,000 donation to the Brick Line to not only to help with that area in front of us so that we can make sure that looks great, but then also our land abuts to that, so we're going to be helping to maintain. We're providing water. We're doing a lot of other infrastructure things to help make sure that this looks great as a reflection of the city.
Have you applied for a construction permit yet?
We have.
You have? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there was, I was reading an article from KSDK from a while ago, I guess, about a bond that was posted for this. Can you explain a little bit more about
Sure.
the history of that?
Yes, ma'am. So when we were going through the demolition part of the 2 office buildings that were vacant, we had to go through the Historic Preservation Board. And even though those buildings were not historic, they were not on the register, there was nothing significant about them. That board felt like it was important to make sure that our project moved forward, that we put up a bond, basically, since we were knocking them down. And after we knocked them down, they would have no jurisdiction anymore, right? So they wanted to make sure that we move forward with the project. So we put a $700,000 bond up, which is roughly the equivalent of the building permit. That's how much the building permit cost would be. So that was how they got to that $700,000.
So you haven't had to, you didn't pay the, it was a kind of a, you didn't pay the permit cost, but you did issue the bond. Can you explain that part to me?
Yeah, we've issued the bond. There's $700,000 bond with the city. We have until the end of this month to pull a building permit. So that's
And
why
you've done that.
we have not pulled the permit yet. We're kind of waiting to get through this. So we have until the end of the month to do that.
But you applied for it, but you, so can you explain what the difference is to me? I thought, as you
Well,
said,
we
you
applied, we
had.
applied for the building permit, which means we give all our plans to the city for them to review and make sure that we comply. And so they do all their review process and give us feedback. We make changes, there's back and forth. And then once they've satisfied it, then they would issue us a building permit. And at that time, we would pay them the $700,000 and some thousand for the building permit.
Okay. So that's not done, but you have until the end of the month.
Right.
What happens to your bond?
It could go away, could lose the money.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit more about how much money you'd be putting into the project?
Yeah, so it's a $125 million project. It's, you know, I mentioned that one of the things we want to make sure that it had some long-term stability. So leverage will be about 55%. So the bank loan will be about 55%. So we're putting in roughly $45 to $50 million into the project. That's through our company and our investors.
In capital?
Yes.
And then getting a loan for part of it and then
Getting
getting
a loan for
future.
about 55 to 60%.
Okay. Okay. I think those are all my questions for now. I might have more after my committee, not my committee, the committee asks their questions. But I have Mr. Karhoff, is that right? Are you available for questions? Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you. I believe you had sent us some information after the last committee meeting about some prevailing wage jobs that weren't being met. There was a chart attached. Can you tell us more about that project? If there was a situation in which prevailing wage wasn't being paid, what rectification happened of it? Just, can you talk about that to me?
We audited a section of the payroll records from the first phase of the project.
Which project?
Found
Okay, let's say every exactly what we're talking about at every exact moment, so I know what we're talking about.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so the Vandy East project, which is the one you can see right there along Highway 40 in Van Deventer. It's going up, the glass one that you see going up.
And this is not a project that received abatements of any kind?
It
did receive abatements, okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
So we audited those payroll records and sent the results of our audit. You know, the state prevailing wage law has changed significantly. Of course, you know, Alderwoman Martin's bill that established the prevailing wage requirements on that project. We did the audit ourselves because nobody was auditing the payroll records. And we
You say nobody was auditing the payroll?
Well, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Because there was significant underpayment for the people that I represent that had worked on the project. And there's several of those people that I'm still seeking restitution for.
So that wasn't immediately rectified?
No, that's
and that has been brought.
It's still in play with the SLDC. I think there's some confusion over who is going to enforce the prevailing wage ordinance and ensure that those that the underpayments are resolved. The people that I notified that worked on the project that contacted the SLDC were told to contact the employer. Of course, the employer didn't pay them the correct wage in the first place, and so they really have no leverage to go back to the employer and tell them that there has to be an authority that can mandate a restitution of the underpayment of the wages.
And it's still
right now. It's to my knowledge, there is nobody that is helping these workers that I discovered the underpayment on get full restitution.
Well, it's my understanding with these abatements that if there's any time when it's not meeting the requirements of the ordinance, then the abatement is not granted at the time, at the year. So is this still receiving abatements? Is this after the abatement period? Is this?
I don't know. I don't have that answer.
Okay, that's just a really important distinction. Talk about, is someone meeting the letter of the law or no? And if they are, that's different than no, right? So I'd like to know that before I pass judgment on anything. If I see
understand that
SLDC.
completely.
Yeah, thank you for giving me that background. I'll ask you if I have any more questions, and unless you have anything final you wanted to say.
That's all I have.
Thank you for your time and coming up. President Richardson, please.
So I just wanted to clarify on the project that was being referred to. It's still under review. The project is still under construction. So we're still monitoring that project, and we aim to rectify all of those issues through the compliance period. And if they're not rectified, or we don't have a good judgment at the end of the project being completed, then the TIF or the tax abatement will not be awarded. However, we're still going through that compliance review right now because the project is still underway. So at this time, again, it's still in the monitoring phase. It's not in the phase of actually approving the abatement to go into, or the TIF to go into full effect. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. The part that's a little bit harder is knowing that is true, I guess, then moving to grant another.
Well, we're still working to rectify those matters on that case. So as we're going through the monitoring phase, if we are notified, we then have to conduct our own analysis and investigation, contact that employee, understand what the challenges were, hear from the employer, work and try to rectify that issue, contact the developer, notify them of the challenge, and then hope to come to some resolution through that process. So it's currently undergoing, again, monitoring on that project. However, the actual abatement and the TIF hasn't been fully activated or awarded until it goes through the final approval at the end of the project being completed.
But so I guess it's the, is this accepted as the truth that this is,
We haven't.
You don't know. You're doing they have an audit, that's an outside audit from a private
Exactly.
company
So now we're
representing their people.
going through our process to rectify those numbers, to ensure that we have the full information before we make a determination on that status, if they're in compliance or not.
Right, I understand. So
And to just be upfront, Vandy East is not a Midas project. That's a Lawrence Group project. So
it has nothing to do with this bill, or it does?
does not.
Okay, because I was under the impression that that the argument was that it does have something to do with this employer, this project.
I think the union's issue is more so how to fix some of the issues that are outstanding with other projects.
Not anything to do with this project. Okay, that's a pretty big distinction when we're what we're talking about.
Yeah. So again, that's why I appreciate your ask for further clarification.
Right. I want to know exactly because that was brought up sort of
Yep.
in conjunction with, and
Yeah, that's on a different project that's being managed outside of this developer. And I think
Okay.
speaking to the overall process, and maybe there can be some clarification made by the gentleman who just spoke. But this, as Mr. Wilson said, this is not really germane to this
good.
discussion.
Yeah, when I am told pieces of information or asked questions about specific bills that are coming up, I always want to make sure that I'm asking them out loud to you all, so I know what is real and what's happening. So I appreciate your patience. Okay, wonderful. Those are all my questions for now, and I will yield my time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sanye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a lot of my questions have been asked. I was wondering, SLDC, could you talk to how you evaluate for quality jobs, like what those metrics are? I have a bit of an idea. I know some of it has to do with the living wage, some of it has to do with an accommodation for paying health insurance, but I think it would be good to have that in the context of the conversation.
Yep, so that category is a yes or a no, essentially, for 5.0 or 5. There's no sliding scale or anything like that. And so, as mentioned before, 80% of the total jobs need to meet the quality threshold. And so when Community Benefit Scorecard was created by an outside consultant, they looked up what the livable wage is from external sources. And so it's either I think it's like around $14 an hour with at least $4.60 of benefits with attached to that, or $18.99 an hour without benefits being provided. So 80% of the total jobs must meet that in order for us to consider it to be a quality job, or to the project to be providing quality job.
And so is the zero to speak to, is like in this case, it's 114 jobs being created. So does that mean that none of the jobs meet that threshold, or how do you do it when it's that many?
I would need to go back and look exactly at what we calculated do meet, but I want to say it was in the 40s. So 40 of the 115.7 FTE met that threshold.
Thank you. Maybe someone to Midas can speak to the point of the quality jobs.
Yeah, I think it's more of a definition of quality jobs. I mean, the majority of hotel workers are housekeepers, food and beverage employees, and most of those wages are in the teens. I mean, that's just where that's where they are for the entire city. So we pay competitive wages for those jobs. There are, and I don't have the stats in front of me either, I apologize, but we pay above what typically the scale wants, because we're short of people too. We're trying to get people, and you have to pay what you need to get in order to get good people. I have a lot of longevity with our team, even our room attendants, our food and beverage people. We're treating them right. We're paying them fairly. It's more than just wages too. I mean, we do a lot of little things for them to make them feel like part of the family. But to answer your question, we're paying what those jobs pay and probably a little bit more.
So you said the range is in the teens,
Mhm.
$12 teen?
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. $16 to $18.
And do you typically provide, since in this case, all these jobs are full-time, the 114, what is your benefits package? Is there health insurance available? Do you know an idea of how much you all cover?
So we do provide very good health insurance. We pay about 65% of the cost for that. So there is a payroll deduction for the associate that covers about 35% of the healthcare cost. They've got obviously vacation, time off, holidays, et cetera, pretty typical. We've got a 401k that we provide to all our associates. The cool thing about the 401k is they put their money in, we match it dollar for dollar, and it's their money day one. There's no vesting period, so they can, if they choose to leave, which most don't, that money goes with them, including the part that we matched.
Thank you. I don't have any remaining questions, just comments. I would just echo a lot of the sentiments that I think Alderman Cone was getting at earlier. I think there's just a tension, like an economic tension in general, because for me, I think the trade-off of, I think it is great to invest in communities. It is great to build things for visitors when they come here to stay, to get that support. I think that's an essential part of our economy, and that is excellent. But I also think of, if we know that a lot of our families are in poverty here, the kind of weird irony of doing a project, giving incentive, making taxes ineligible, and then not job creation is excellent, but I definitely think the quality of the jobs matter. If we're creating 100 jobs, but those are jobs where people still are in need of assistance or are not able to get it, and I do understand that there are, it's tensions there because the cost of living is rising, where a one-bedroom apartment might be $1,100. So perhaps the typical wage might be, $13, $14, but that's maybe $29,000, $30,000 a year, paying your rent, paying for childcare, paying for gas, paying for, all the things. I just think it gets expensive. And so in my mind, I think there's maybe some things to look at as far as just employment compensation, and it's something that everybody's doing, is thinking about how can we pay folks and
I
support
think the other
folks.
thing that's not factored in is that we're putting in an upscale restaurant and rooftop bar, and those associates that work there are going to be making big tips. So that compensation is not necessarily factored into this because it's not part of their hourly rate, right? But those people are going to be making. Those would be quality jobs, right? From a pay standpoint, because of the tips that they would be earning.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, President Green, did you have anything to add? Okay, does anyone have any I'm sorry, Alderman Browning, did anyone have any follow-ups? Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Robert, if you wouldn't mind coming back up.
I was hoping I'd get to come back up.
Oh, good. Well, you get the chance. I was wondering what guarantee you have that this will stay the advertised brand of the hotel and not be downgraded to inferior brand.
We have a 20-year license for both of them, and so the way the franchise works is if I would default on my franchise, there's liquidated damages. So that's 20 years worth of franchise fees that I have to pay. So I've never defaulted on a franchise.
Thank you. And to emphasize again, you said you have $700,000 bond right now that if this project can't proceed.
Yes. I mean, that's the way it sits right now.
And you mentioned it was a $2,000 donation to the brick line. Is that what you said?
I'm sorry.
You said a $2,000 brick donation.
$200,000. $200,000 donation to the brick line.
That's significant, and I'm glad I heard that incorrectly. Okay, and is there any other pedestrian and bike infrastructure that you're looking to include in this, since it will be right on the brick line?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously, I mean, the Kimpton brand is a boutique brand, and so they're very pedestrian friendly, and the Kimpton brand is invite the neighborhood in, right? So we'll have, that's why we like being next to the brick line, because it's a natural. But we'll have the pedestrian will be very bike friendly, pedestrian friendly on site, both in our garage and above at the entryway to the hotels.
Thank you. And will the construction of this project affect the bus stop that's currently there on?
What?
There's currently a Metro bus stop on Jefferson that's right near the site. Will the construction of this project affect that stop?
Not that I'm aware of.
And
putting in a new Metro route right in front of us, and I don't know if that station's across the street or not, but we're working with them on making sure that all that stays.
Understood. Well, anything you can do to work with the Metro line as it's going in, making sure that it's a front door access and not like a back door access. One thing that drives me nuts is that, like when I stop at Union Station, it feels like I'm getting off at the back door. It would be wonderful if it felt like this was embracing public transit.
Yeah. So it will be right across the street from our restaurant. Our restaurant faces Jefferson, and so it will feel like you're at the front door of the hotel. And we've got elevators right inside the hotel, right on that corner. So anyone coming in, getting off of the bus or Metro can take the elevators right up to the lobby.
Okay, thank you. I think my colleague spoke to the questions about jobs, and want to emphasize that we're always in a difficult situation here because we're talking about the construction of a building while we have many regulations that go along with tax abatements to make sure that we have quality jobs coming from the construction. It's a little more difficult to police the jobs that come after the project because hotels get sold, different businesses move in. You mentioned you're going to have a restaurant in the hotel.
Yes.
Do you know which restaurant?
Yeah, it'll be we've signed up a local chef to operate a restaurant.
Okay, but restaurants come and go. It's actually the most volatile business open, yes. And so it's the kind of thing where we're not sure if we can actually guarantee jobs from one employer to the next, at least through the method of tax abatement. Is there anything else that you would like to say about this, what this project would be providing for the city before I move on to asking questions of SLDC?
Yeah, I mean, the restaurant, restaurants are vulnerable, that's for sure. But the Kimpton brand, as I said, is a boutique brand. 50% of a typical Kimpton, there's 75 Kimptons across the country. This will be the first in St. Louis. 50% of their revenue comes from food and beverage. I mean, this restaurant will be a high-end restaurant and will be a destination restaurant. It will not just be a restaurant that serves the guests of the hotel. The people will be coming in for this restaurant. We've got a very recognized chef who's going to be setting up shop there, and Alderman Cohn's point earlier, I mean, this is a larger hotel with a ballroom. It seats 500 people. This is not only a place for meetings and weddings and things like that, but it's going to serve a valuable piece for the Wells Fargo community because they are desperately looking for a place to house their trainees when they bring people in, and their high net worth people who come in, they're recruiting for their business. So they'll do their training at our facility now instead of right now where they take it to the county.
Okay, thank you. I actually do have a couple more questions. I was wondering, we're talking about the People's Finance building that was there before the last building was there. Obviously, you had nothing to do with the demolition of that or what happened at Mill Creek Valley, but I'm wondering if the tribute that you've considered to Mill Creek Valley is something that has been consulted with the community, or if you're just kind of echoing what was done at the soccer stadium.
No, we've been working with GRG to do something not only to complement what's going on with the brick line.
Okay, so this is work being done with Great River Greenway, and I know that they do great community engagement. So
doing great stuff.
This is that's good to hear. I would just encourage you to continue to engage with the community around that and find the tribute that's most appropriate. The People's Finance building was of significance in that neighborhood and really to the whole city. It was a place for Black unions to go when everyone else would shut the door. So,
The center.
I want to make sure we're properly honoring that.
I mean, our goal is to make this establishment the center again. So.
Well, I appreciate that. One last question. Would you consider improvements to the bus stop in that location as part of your project?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's our front door too.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. And if SLDC is still here, I would have a few questions for them as well. I know you are. I appreciate it. So the planned MetroLink route, I know you're not by state, but I have a question about the scorecard. They just eliminated several stops from the planned MetroLink route. No engagement. I'm skeptical of giving this a 9 out of 9 transit score, especially since the last project we just did on 14th Street across from a MetroLink stop and a major transit center, could not get closer to transit.
Correct.
Did not get the full points, and yet this line doesn't even exist yet, and we're giving it 9 out of 9. Can you speak to that?
I'll let our community scorecard rep speak on that.
Yep, so one, doing scorecards like this is challenging to just meet all of the factors that you're trying to incentivize essentially. But, to make a future line successful, you need transit-oriented development to support what's there already and to create development activity around those stations. That's essentially what we're trying to do. And, if routes change, we are flexible to, awarding our points. But basically have our policy guiding document aligned with, other entities and other things that are going on in the city.
Okay, thank you. And the scorecard does include the application of what we call a but-for test, meaning that the project wouldn't happen without incentive. That's correct?
Yes. So that's kind of the distinction between the scorecard that I present on and what Jake does with the financial analysis, is that we might have a ceiling that's much higher than what we ultimately recommend, because we're dialing in the appropriate level of an abatement so that the project is financially feasible, but that we're over-incentivizing so that, essentially, even the taxes that are being abated, that the increment that does become new taxes during the abatement period, that wouldn't happen without the abatement is generally the idea.
Thank you. I'd like to emphasize that the board has been much more intentional in recent years about granting tax abatement. There have been less than 15 introduced this session compared to over 100 that were introduced in 2014, 2015, 2016. So we're really, you spoke of over-incentivizing. It seems we're being a lot more intentional about this. Can you speak to the taxes that the schools will be getting if this project proceeds?
Chair. So the school district is obviously the largest taxing district and the primary recipient of any increase in property taxes that would be generated as a result of this project. They're also receiving a portion of the sales taxes that would come from the restaurant and the hotel rooms as well. And so we're projecting a 10-year fiscal benefit to the schools of $3.7 million. So that's net benefit over base. So that's over any portion of the existing taxes that the property is generating that the school district is receiving. And we would expect that to increase to about $16.69 million over 20 years. Just to take one step back to kind of the previous point about over-incentivizing development and how we measure that. What we're looking at in kind of a nuts and bolts way is an unlevered project rate of return, internal rate of return. And when we compare that to cap rates, capitalization rates of how similar properties are trading in the market, and that varies by use. So for a residential property versus a hospitality property, those cap rates are very different. So we essentially, because of elements of risk and return, we allow slightly higher returns before something is over-incentivized for a hospitality property versus a property of a different type. But kind of the underlying mechanics of the model is that we assume the property is held for 10 years and then sold at market value based on our estimated NOI.
Thank you. And how much would the schools get with the building already demolished, with the land sitting empty? How much would the schools receive if this project didn't proceed?
Over 10 years, the school district would be at $840,000 without the project being built. And with the project being built, we're at $4.5 million. So that's how you get to that net 3.7 benefit. And then over 20, we would have a base revenue to the school district of 1.8 million versus 18.5 as developed. So that's how we get to that increment of 16.69.
And then there's the benefits for the city, which benefit the whole city.
Right. And when we say fiscal benefit to the city, that is tax revenue to the general fund for the city. So this does not include additional tax revenue to the other taxing districts, zoo museum, senior services, all of those other districts.
Thank you. I think that's the end of my questions for SLDC. Yeah, thank you. I just want to finish my questioning here by saying a couple things about how this all fits together. Reading from the St. Louis Public Schools Financial and Community Report, it says St. Louis Public Schools faces the challenges of many large urban school districts: high poverty rates, declining enrollment, and high infrastructure-related costs. Local property taxes, 65% of all revenues, have increased due to a voter-approved operating tax increase on April 5th, 2016, and increasing assessed valuations. The district's participation in future economic growth is dependent on development activity, assessed values, tax rates, tax abatement, and tax incremented financing projects. So with these kinds of projects, we do see that the schools get more money. We do see that the city gets more money. Construction is expensive. I understand it's frustrating to see wealthy developers get tax breaks, but the money that the city gets is really outweighs the cost of granting these abatements. Construction is expensive. We try to balance good wage jobs with getting permits and fees and quality construction, and it results in most projects needing to be massive projects to recoup the costs. And as it turns out, our zoning laws really only allow massive projects to happen in the central corridor. Now, we're going to be looking at the zoning code in the near future, and I think that's a good thing. When I campaigned, I committed to people that I would follow the scorecard. But I would like a commitment, and I guess I have to ask SLDC to come right back up because I'm sorry, I do have one more question for you. I think there's been a lot of talk about the scorecard today, and I was wondering if you could make a commitment to dedicate time to a public hearing to see how it's working so far.
Yes, very much so, yes.
We could aim to do that probably in the next session as we're looking to wrap things up, but I think that is something I'd like to take a look at because I've heard even from talking with you all that there are some things you might tweak. And I realize that while we are in more of a partnership than the board tells you what kind of thing,
right.
I want to make sure that we have very transparent interactions because the misunderstanding that occurs here is causing mistrust. And I don't think that's good for the city in the long run. We need to build, we need to develop, we need to grow our city. And I think that whenever you have darkness, people tend to jump to conclusions. And so I'd like to make sure that we're being as transparent as possible, and I appreciate your commitment to that.
I would be very open to that.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes my questioning, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
Alderwoman Slicer.
Thank you so much. If Mr. Robert could come back up. Thank you very much. So I'm trying to understand the quality jobs part of the scorecard a little bit more. The distinction, after further research, quality jobs is $14 and some amount of cents, 39 cents, and then an amount on top of that that is health insurance to eventually get to, I believe it was like $18. So it sounded like what you're saying you pay people would meet that. So
Yeah,
I'm confused with why it's not on here.
Yeah, I don't, and I admit I didn't look at that in detail, because when we got the score, it was a score that validated what we didn't ask for the full 20 years. We just asked for the 10 years at 75%. The 40 points got us that. So I didn't look at the quality job as to why. Didn't see the math. Okay, so I don't know the math, but I can tell you that we pay people 16, 18 bucks an hour, and it's not fully paid insurance, but we pay about 65% of their insurance.
Right.
And we have jobs higher than that too, but that would be the entry level wages.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how that all works. If what you're paying, because that kind of is the crux of a lot of the concern. It's like
Yes,
what
ma'am.
we're paying. We have jobs that are being paid that have some legal requirements that they have to be prevailing wage, and as we discussed with the other business, which I'm glad isn't yours, is I'm definitely not eating in front of everyone. I'm going to put this somewhere else. But I'll do it later. Sorry. What the crux of this really comes down to is that, when we're looking at abating these projects, we have some very legal components that we have to follow based on ordinance that have been passed for prevailing wage and so forth. And then any other input we really have is at this kind of scorecard moment of, does this project meet the things that the Board of Aldermen has thought are, important, and here's why. So this scorecard was done looking at how much your jobs pay, and they said, no, it doesn't meet this, or the scorecard.
I mean, I don't.
I guess maybe that's an SLDC question, because it's just
don't-
two different things. You're saying one thing, which, you're saying.
I mean,
and
I
then-
know what we pay, so
Right.
that's all. I don't know how it's I don't know the math behind
Sure.
their score. But I would say this. I think my associates believe they have quality jobs. Okay, I think they feel like they're contributing, that they're paid fairly, and that and they have a good life. So I don't know exactly how the quality math works as far as the scorecard, though.
Mhm. Yeah, we just have the information that's in front of us to make our decision. And, a lot of this we talked about in the previous committee, it rests on belief that everyone's going to follow their part of the bargain.
Mhm.
So you make that decision based on what you learn from the people who are talking to you and what they say and what you can research and everything like that. So when there's any discrepancy, it's what kind of makes me concerned.
I understand. I mean, by the time this thing gets open, those wages are probably higher anyways, right? I mean, the way wages are going up. So we're going to stay ahead of the curve. That's just who we are. So again, I don't know why we did not get points. So.
Okay. And so just to clarify again, you have not applied for the permit, or you have all of the information in, it's just not official?
We haven't, the last thing we have to do is pay for the permit. Okay, it is ready to be picked up and paid for, okay? So but if I don't, I mean, just be honest, if I don't have this, if I don't get your help, I don't have a project. There's no reason for me to go pay for a permit that I can't build.
Mhm. Got it. Okay. SLDC, do you mind answering that scorecard discrepancy with what we're hearing? Thank you for the getting up and down over and over again.
So something else is that, like I briefly mentioned, but maybe didn't call too much attention to, is that part-time jobs we don't consider to be, if you're only working 10 hours a week or something at a higher paying job, you have to go take a lower paying job elsewhere. We don't know the reality of that, so we exclude part-time jobs from what gets considered in that 80% of the total.
Right, but what they're saying is that they have every job, their job is higher than the threshold that our scorecard says they would have to meet in order to get those points. So I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I can go look at the full breakdown that we have to see what hourly rates that they provided to us. But I do think generally they were, maybe I should look. Should I look?
You have them?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for it. Thank you.
So we've got a range from 12 to, very high, so 65. The majority are 14, 13 to 16, 17 as well. And these are.
And this is what was submitted when?
A while back, and it's pretty detailed. We've got 35 probably different types of jobs or so, maybe 45.
But at the end of the day, there are jobs. The starting salary is not $16 according to the document that you have there.
Many are, some aren't. And then there's obviously upper level management and things like that get a much higher rate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robert, do you want to respond to that spreadsheet?
We start this project 3 years ago when that performa was done. So rates on jobs, that's the data they're using. So what people were paid 3 years ago is significantly different than what people are paid now. I think if they ran the math again today using what our current wage scale is, we would probably get points for this line.
Okay. Did they answer how recently that was the
I mean, they've had the data probably for a year, but when we do a performa for the project, that was probably, the original performa was probably done 3 years ago. And wages have changed dramatically. I understand your concern.
Yeah.
I get it.
Thank you.
I'm just telling you what we pay, and we don't pay anybody $12 anymore.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if that's all, Alderwoman Keys, you're welcome to close.
Well, thanks to everyone, Madam Chair and the committee, as well as all of the representatives from SLDC and the representatives from Midas. I appreciate everyone's participation and hard work on this bill. I believe this to be very beneficial for our city, to help our city to grow and to be a great asset for our Great Rivers Greenway Brick Line expansion. So with that, I will ask for a do pass consideration and the do pass recommendation.
All right, would anyone like to make the motion? Okay, I make the motion that we pass Board Bill 197 with the due pass recommendation.
Second.
It was motion by Chairwoman Clark Hubbard, seconded by Alderman Browning. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone?
No.
Alderwoman Schweitzer? Aye. Vice Chair Saunier? No. Alderman Browning?
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard?
No.
President Green?
No.
We have 4 aye votes, 2 yes votes.
4 no.
I'm sorry. We have 4 no votes, 2 aye votes.
All right, Alderwoman
And
Keys.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to keep this in committee.
I'm sorry,
And
Alderwoman Keys,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. We can, we're gonna, with that, vote, you failed to, sustain that motion, but we can have conversation, afterwards. I want to make sure we get to your next board bill. I'm gonna recognize Board Bill 206.
Thank you so much.
You're recognized on Board Bill 206.
Oh, thank you. So the Board Bill 206 is a community improvement district tax bill for 1% sales tax for the same area. And so the I believe that SLDC is still in the room. And so I would ask them to come forth and provide any additional information.
What are we, oh.
I'm sorry, SLDC doesn't speak on SIDS. We don't oversee SIDS, so we're supportive of the project and supportive of the SID, but we do not speak on them.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So with that being the case, and the Board Bill 197 not passing, I would just ask that this is held.
Alderwoman Keys,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. I just wanted to, since you have people here, if you want to go ahead and we can hear Board Bill 206.
Certainly. Thank you.
Hello, how is everybody this morning? My name is Scott
Excuse
Riley.
me. Would you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Scott Riley. I'm a partner at Cook and Riley, and our law firm is working with Midas on the formation of this 2601 Market Community Improvement District. A few brief comments about CIDs. CIDs are a development tool that's provided for by state statute. It allows the formation of a taxing district to cover an agreed upon parcel or parcels of real property. And then the board that governs that special taxing district to impose taxes to help fund infrastructure improvements within the district. This particular district is going to encompass the project site for the proposed Kimpton and Staybridge hotels. The petition that was filed with the city authorizes the imposition of a sales tax that would be imposed on all taxable retail sales under Chapter 144, so primarily the sales of hotel rooms, meeting rooms, food and beverage. That sales tax would then be remitted to the State Department of Revenue, captured, sent back to the CID in a special allocation account, and pursuant to an agreement between the CID, the city, and the developer, those funds would then be approved and reimburse the developer for SID-eligible infrastructure costs. Those costs could be anything from landscaping, hardscaping, streetscaping, to transportation improvements, including the Great Rivers Greenway Brick Line, the pedestrian-friendly improvements, biking improvements, and also utility infrastructure improvements for electric, water, sewer, detention ponds. The SID tool is used quite frequently around the city of St. Louis. Our firm has worked in the city for multiple decades, and all the projects I've worked on that involve hotel construction have included SID as part of the financing. If you have any questions about CIDs, I'd be happy to answer them or turn it over to another member of the development team if it's more appropriate.
All right, thank you so much. Alderman Cone?
I don't have any questions, as I indicated. Supportive of the Community Improvement District for the site. Thank you.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. I'm the opposite of Alderman Cohn here. Single-site SIDs are something that I have experience with in my ward, and I have a hard time with them because of the just ability of a private industry to be managing the taxpayer money, and the oversight I don't think is where it needs to be. So I don't have any questions. I've already explained my position to all parties interested. Thank you.
Alderman Schweitzer, could I make one comment? And there is the possibility, some SIDs in the past have been formed and kind of left to their own devices, for lack of a better term. In recent years, I know that SID project agreements have been entered into between the SID entity, the city that forms the SID, and the developer that really provide a lot of framework for the management of CIDs. Those could include having professional administrators, professional legal counsel to make sure that the CID is meeting all the reporting requirements that it has to do under the state law. So totally understand your concerns. Just wanted to mention that some cities are dealing with those by adding on these extra SID project agreement requirements.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sanye.
I guess the only question I have is that would you want to move forward with taking a vote on this if given that 197 didn't pass?
I think our intent today was notice the public hearing, and that requires publication in newspapers. So we didn't want to have that effort wasted because we've done that for a number of weeks. So I think our intent was to hold the public hearing portion and then hope to continue the hearing to a later date as or if appropriate for a vote.
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you for saying that, because I didn't want to overstep my colleague, Alderwoman Keys, with sharing that information. So thank you for answering that question. Okay, with that, Alderman Browning, did you have any questions about? Okay, thank you. All right, Alderwoman Keys, you're welcome to close.
Well, thank you all so much.
I'm sorry,
can you hear
Alderwoman
me?
Keys. I'm sorry, I did forget to ask if we had anyone to sign up for this bill.
Yes, we have 2 in support and 2 in opposition.
That's of 190, I'm sorry, 206?
206?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay, whoever's in the room, can you call the names and see if they're still in the room?
David Robert, Doug Rasmussen, Kim Bartholomew, and Jay Ozer.
Okay, so one being the developer, and he has opted not to speak. Are either of the other people in the room? Okay. That's okay. All right, we don't have to swear her in again. 3 minutes.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So we're on Board Bill 206, the SID. I'm going to be honest, I don't fully understand this whole SID thing. It looks like it's just let's make our own little city in the city is what it sounds like to me, and then we'll be able to do sidewalks and sounds like in this case a parking lot. I'm not sure that's the best use of the city's money is a sidewalk, parking lots, and yeah. So I'm opposed to that as well, but I don't have huge reasons for that besides the fact that that doesn't seem like the best use of taxpayer money for a parking lot.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, with that, I apologize again for that oversight. Alderwoman Keys, you're welcome to close.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll consider this bill heard, and if we can please keep it in committee, I would appreciate that.
Thank you so much. All right, we had a very full agenda, and we have some people that are on time constraints, so we're going to again move this around. I would like Alderman Browning, if we could come up Alderman Ryan, if we could recognize you on Board Bills 218 and 219 so that our zoning department can be heard and relieved, and then we'll move back forward next with Alderman Aldridge with Board Bill 181.
Good afternoon. So we have in front of us Board Bill number 218. This is hopefully much quicker than some of the board bills that have been in front of this committee previously. This is a restaurant and bar in the ward off of Hampton. Some of you may know it. It's Soha. They recently had they did some construction and added a large patio area. This has increased traffic there, which is a good thing. They ended up acquiring a lot next to the restaurant there, and they would like to be able to utilize it as a parking lot. Currently, it sits empty. I think that this would be a good use for this parcel and alleviate some of the parking issues right there. There's not a lot of parking there because you have Hampton, which you certainly should not park on, and then you go directly into residential. So I would ask for your favorable consideration in rezoning this parcel.
All right, great. Did the zoning department have anything they wanted to speak to, or you just had them here for questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, I'll move through the committee. Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any specific questions. I do want to recognize that I have a constituent in the Tony Duncan, who is the architect, I believe, that's working on this project. And Tony always does very fine work, so I appreciate him being here and contributing to our city in the many ways that he already does. He's both a resident and a business owner in the 3rd Ward, and so I appreciate your time here this afternoon, Tony. I know it's been a very long meeting, so, and thank you, Alderman, for taking this up.
Alderwoman Slicer.
No questions, thanks.
Alderman Browning. No questions. Vice Chair Sanye.
I don't have any questions. I was just noting, I think this is the first time I've seen a bill for a variance. Used to doing that doing committees, but I just wanted to note that I don't have.
All right.
No questions.
All right. All right, Alderman Browning. I'm sorry, Alderman Orion, you're welcome to close.
I'll take it. You know, he's better looking than me, so I'll take it all day. Yeah, you know, this is just something that should alleviate some of the parking congestion there. They already own the parcel. The neighbors are in support. I ask for your favorable consideration.
I move that we pass Board Bill 218 with a due pass recommendation.
We forgot to ask again. I know we're moving, but do we have any public comment for 218?
No comments for 218.
All right.
I renew my motion.
Second.
All right. It was motion by Alderman Cone, seconded by Alderman Browning, that we pass Board Bill 218 with a due pass recommendation. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sanye.
Aye.
Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Clerk Chair Hubbard.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
We have 6 aye votes.
Congratulations. You successfully passed Board Bill 218. You're now recognized on Board Bill 219.
Thank you. So this is a really similar situation for any who are familiar, and you don't have to admit it on the record if you are, with the previous 3 a.m. bar Telania's in the 4th Ward off Hampton there as well. The building has recently sold. The new project going in there wants to consolidate 2 parcels. Historically, the parcel next to Telania's has been used as a parking lot. It seems like it must have been grandfathered in or something at some point because it currently sits as a parking lot. However, the zoning for it is not for a parking lot. So this change would allow them to consolidate those parcels in order to effectively utilize the parking lot as a parking lot. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to field those as well.
All right, did we have anyone sign up to speak for Board Bill 219?
We have none.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. I forgot.
You come
I
on
got
up, ma'am.
3 in support. I got Jamie Mansfield. If you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may proceed.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to try to be super brief. Alderman Narayan did a great job of introducing us, but I do have a little PowerPoint presentation. Please don't feel free if you have it up, that's fine. I know it's overkill after all of this as well, but I have copies for you. Again, I'm here on behalf of GDF Mako, and we're the applicant to rezone this specific parcel. If you can push forward for me. Do I have the ability to push forward on this?
No, I'll push.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I want to drive along.
Oh, no.
And by the way, I'm Jamie Mansfield with law firm with Corals and Brady here in town in St. Louis. Alderman Narayan previously said that this particular parcel was zoned A, is right next door to a F parcel that operated as the Telanias, and then the A was just a parking lot that serviced that. And when it's the same owner of both parcels, and so when Telanias, and I don't know how long it's been in existence, but I have been to that bar. And so it was definitely in existence when I was frequenting. And it has never been properly zoned. And so part of what we're here today, in order to move forward with even occupying the space and getting to the point where we need to fill out a conditional use permit that's necessary, is first things first, we have to rezone this parcel from A to F, and then take those 2 parcels and consolidate them. And so we're working with George Stock and Associates, done a lot in your community as well on the civil engineering. Also, by way of background, if we can flip forward. That's just an aerial photo of the site there. And by way of background, when we were in front of the Planning Commission, it seems like this, is about particularly the land, right? And making sure that it's married up. It's kind of almost administrative in nature, because anybody who's going to occupy this site would have to go through the exact same exercise. And one of the things that really came out of that, and working with the Plan Commission, and specifically with Alderperson Cone, is that we were able, and with Mary and Miriam and the wonderful staff that you have here, is we were able to actually move forward and kind of put the cart before the horse here on the redesign of the site, and really get some elements that the city wants to see, which is great to have that dialogue continue, because it's the one process that you guys can definitely give your opinion and as part of that. So if you can click forward again, I'm just going to cruise through these. You guys have them again in front of you. Yep. We were able to push the building to the corner. That's definitely something that the planning staff wants to see happen. We were able to widen the sidewalk and have that be 10 feet, which is great for pedestrian traffic. We were able to provide a landscaping buffer there to the west of the property in those residential areas. We're able to do a trash enclosure and really beautify the site. If you can push forward. And again, just, yeah, you can keep cruising. We did, we wanted to make sure that you guys understood that we were going to add landscaping as well. And we definitely plan on being put through our paces too, because part of the process is, once we fulfill these things and be able to move forward, we are going to be right back in front of St. Louis on the conditional use permit. And so that actually is going to require these same dialogue and the same kind of, plans and photometrics if you press forward. But knowing that we definitely want to see this through, we went ahead and did all of this stuff, even on this administrative item of marrying up the site. So thank you again. Happy to answer any questions. I've got folks from the brokerage group here right now, John Notter and Rebecca Tayson. I also have folks from GDF Mako online able to raise their hands, including the Director of Compliance if there's any issues about that, but understanding that this is a rezone, it might be a little premature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alderman Cone.
Thank you. I have already been through this presentation a number of times, as was indicated, having served on the Planning Commission and having the opportunity to work with you all. And I do just want to acknowledge, the work that you all have put into, hearing out the concerns of the people who are both on the Planning Commission, and also there were, residents that had, testified at the Planning Commission with respect to some of their concerns as well. And I think you all have done some lifting in terms of listening to those issues, and also good to see fewer curb cuts over there as well. That's always a concern, especially on busy streets like Hampton. So I think that this project's in a much better place than it was when it was first presented to the Planning Commission. So I very much appreciate the efforts there, and I'll be voting in support of this at this point.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry too, part of your packets as well is that neighborhood outreach, which definitely listened to and had that in November. There's a list of people who came by. There's also a very positive Facebook from the Clayton Tam neighborhood. Shout out to us on that presentation. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, and that's all part of that for you.
Absolutely. Alderwoman Spicer.
Thank you so much. I know you said you had a little bit more of a process to go through for final approval of the project, but it's your understanding this meets any state or city ordinance or state statute for where it's going in terms of where it's close to? Any concerns that we should have there?
None at all, no.
Okay. So today we're just considering changing the zoning so a business can go in this parcel ever. And you're the business. I'm just getting it all on the record. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. That is my only question for now.
Thank you.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you. So just trying to understand, your role on the project is?
I'm an attorney. I'm helping with the zoning process. I'm a land use and planning attorney, so I speak Mary's language, and I'm able to kind of look at a site like that. And
Gotcha.
Figure out
Okay.
where it goes and how it's going to go there.
All right. On that note, I don't have any questions for you then. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sanye. All right. Thank you. Thank you again. I did also share in the presentations and the conversations in Planning Commission. And while I know we were saying, you joked about it being a cart before the horse, I actually think this is kind of a good way to do it, right? Because now Alderman Browning and you all and the city can work towards really putting something in there that's more valuable than we were trying to piecemeal it together for them. So with that being said, I'll accept the motion. Except for you to close, Alderman Orion.
Was there anyone else signed up? I just want to make sure I'm not overlooking anyone. Okay. Perfect. I think the presentation here lays out what the hopeful proposed use is moving forward, but as we discussed before, we can get there. The parcel needs to be rezoned so it can be consolidated. So this is kind of the first step of that process. And we would really have to do that, as was pointed out, regardless of what the use was. And historically, this has been used as a parking lot ever since I can remember, it's been used as a parking lot, and it will hopefully still be used as a parking lot. Just a nicer parking lot. So with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
All right, I'll make the motion that we pass the Board Bill 219 out with a due pass recommendation.
Second, previous roll.
All right, it was motioned by Chairwoman Clark Hubbard, seconded by Vice Chair Sanye, a previous roll by Alderman Cone. Congratulations, you passed Board Bill 219.
Thank you.
All right, Alderman Aldridge, you're recognized on Board Bill 181. And thank you to the zoning department for hanging in there with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Also, Madam Chair, thank you for moving things around. I know it's a packed agenda as we get into the last few hearings, so I am very thankful for you moving this around. Members of the committee, today I present to you Board Bill 181. It is actually part of the ARPA bill in its own way. This would be $800,000 that would be going to medical debt. It's really a penny on the dollar, so we're talking about $80 million we know we got the ARPA dollars post-COVID, and I don't think there's no other way that we can utilize these federal funds, these one-time funds, besides relieving debt from individuals that actually got sick during the pandemic. I will speak more on the bill, and I have an amendment, but I do have two people who are waiting, who has a hard stop, so not trying to rush through it, but I want to be respectful of their time so that they can also speak as my two experts.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you swear them in?
If you both will raise your right hands for me. Keith and Eva, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keith, if you want to start first, you'll have 3 minutes. If you'll state your full name and the ward or zip code you reside in.
Sure. I'm Keith Warren Hurl with RIP Medical Debt, and I'm sitting in my office near Annapolis, Maryland. So not in St. Louis. But I'll spend about a minute describing RIP Medical Debt and how we are working with government jurisdictions across the country. So we are a 501c3 charitable organization, and we acquire and cancel unpaid medical debt across the country. Since our founding in 2014, we've acquired and canceled close to $12 billion of medical debt for about 7.4 million people. And up until 2022, all of the funding that supported this work came from private philanthropic resources, including Mackenzie Scott, who provided $80 million to RIP, which has been a great help. In 2022, Cook County, Illinois approached RIP Medical Debt because they were interested in using American Rescue Plan funds to provide medical debt relief across the county. So they appropriated $12 million with a goal of canceling $1 billion of medical debt. And we have been working with Cook County government officials ever since August of 2022. We are now under contract with 11 jurisdictions. Those are cities, counties, and also now one state, the state of Arizona. 7 of these 11 jurisdictions are using American Rescue Plan funds to provide medical debt relief for their residents. 4 others are using other general fund sources. What these government partners find compelling is our ability to take $1 of resources and cancel $100 of medical debt. And one of the most powerful things behind that ratio is the fair market value of medical debt portfolios once they get to be 18 months to 10 years old. The market price is under $1. And so with $1, we can then cancel $100 of medical debt and also pay for other expenses like notifying everybody that qualified for relief that they in fact did have medical debt acquired and canceled on a non-taxable basis to them. We know that medical debt runs high in the city of St. Louis. There's some data from the Urban Institute that shows about 22% of households have medical debt on a credit report. Now, not all medical debt ends up on credit reports, so that 22% is on the low side, and that statistic is 32% in communities of color. So medical debt does run high in communities of color across the country. So compared to the US, which is at 13%, and Missouri, which is at 16%, St. Louis City is at 22%. And this is on an Urban Institute website. So just quickly, the way we work is we enter into a contract or a subrecipient agreement with our government partner. We then go and work with area hospitals and ask them to let us take a look at their medical debt portfolios and figure out how much qualifying medical debt is in there. So how many people have unpaid medical debt, but they're up to 400% of the federal poverty guidelines, or the medical debt is large in relation to their income. So we do this work recruiting the hospitals. We then get these data files and run an analysis, identifying people who qualify. We then offer to purchase the accounts that qualify for that less than a penny on the dollar. Once we take title to the accounts, we then send out letters notifying people in the community that their medical debts were acquired and canceled. These letters are co-branded, so there's an RIP signature and there'd be a City of St. Louis signature or two on those letters when they go out. We then invoice our government partner along the way, so we don't ask for this funding up front. We wait till we have real expenses or real transactions ready to go. Then we ask our government funding partner for the resources to basically pay for those transactions and the costs along the way. So that's a very high level summary of who we are and how we do this work. I mentioned that we're already under contract in 11 jurisdictions. That soon is going to be roughly 20, including several additional states. So happy to answer questions.
All right, before we go into questions, I think we'll have your other speakers speak as well.
Sure.
Ms. Style, am I saying it right? If you would
Eva
raise your-
Stahl.
Okay, did I already do your swearing in?
You did.
Oh, okay,
You
well, you
did.
may proceed. I'm sorry.
Well, I am a native of St. Louis, actually, so I remember Cellini as well from when I was a kid. Best toasted ravioli. I'm actually reside in Boston, Massachusetts, and I am a colleague of Keith's, so I work at RIP Medical Debt. And I would just add to his testimony that, you know, one of the benefits of doing a program like this is also hearing back from beneficiaries. So as a part of our process, as Keith noted, when people receive their co-branded letters, that there's an opportunity for them to reach back out and share their story with us. So it's also about building a conversation in the community about medical debt and raising, you know, awareness about how to prevent it. So it's a really great program, and we're both here to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you so much, Alderman. Is Alderman Coney? Okay. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for introducing the program a little bit more to us. Perhaps the sponsor can walk us through a little bit of how they envision this program to be to work and how the money would move and where it would go and just sort of the details of the bill.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to our speakers here. So this would go out for an RFP process for the election committee either way. And basically, again, it would be $800,000. And the vendor, like Mr. Keefe said, works with the hospital directly to identify individuals in the city who have medical debt to be able to relieve it off their debt. So once we appropriate this money, it will really be up to the vendor who would then select the individuals that they will be relieving the medical debt in the city of St. Louis.
But it's not guaranteed that it would be this vendor that's talking
Not
about
guaranteed. No, this vendor is just one of the.
It's not true. Sorry.
Well, I'll let maybe the president. I think this vendor is just one of the individuals that will be speaking on it. There was no decision made yet. President Green, did you want to jump in?
I was just going to say it'll have to go to a sole source contract.
Sole source or selection, but yeah.
So sole source is when there's not a ton of like other entities that do this work, and so it would go out for sole source bid to then be able to RIP Medical, because they're the entity that does this.
This isn't something that's done frequently, or has anyone else in any other city used ARPA funds for
Yes,
this?
there's several other cities that have used ARPA funds for medical debt relief, yes.
And it was this, they only had one choice too, or?
I don't know how their process went, but I know this
Folks
is.
are nodding in the background with their hands up. They might have thoughts.
Yeah, we have participated in an RFI process and an RFA process, and we are the only organization that shows up in those interactions. So we're working basically everywhere on a sole source basis, and sometimes jurisdictions ask us to send a sole source letter as part of that process, and we're happy to do that if you'd like that comfort.
Can you explain what a sole source letter means in that case? I've not had to deal with that in.
It simply says, to our knowledge, we are the only not-for-profit organization that acquires and cancels medical debt in a way that is non-taxable to the recipient. And so it just provides a level of comfort that we at RIP, we're not aware of any other organizations that do what we do. It doesn't mean they won't evolve at some point, but as of today, we're not aware of anybody else.
And how much of this allocation would go towards managing the program versus actually forgiving debt? That's for anybody who can answer.
Sure. We lay out a budget for the funds, and typically 90% of the funds go into direct program expenses. So those are costs that are directly assigned to this particular grant, if you will. And then we have an indirect costs component that equals 10% of the direct costs. And that's sort of the default number under American Rescue Plan resources. We haven't gone to the federal government to negotiate our own indirect cost rate, in which case it would be a higher percentage.
Okay. Okay. And how many people, can you go over like how many people this would help and how people you're imagining it would go, or maybe in other cities, how they've done this, what they've seen, adults, lots of different questions to just give me a better idea of what this will look like when it hits the ground?
Sure. Well, with the $800,000, we could cancel about $80 million of medical debt. That's that 1 to 100 relationship. And the average balance that we typically find is in the 2,200, 2,500 range when we work with hospitals. And so if you do the math, that means we can help roughly 32 to 35,000 residents of the city with this resource.
And we've been in, between myself and the individuals on the call, as well as somebody from the president's office, as well as the mayor's office, have been in conversations with SSM and BJC and the major hospitals to ensure that this is something that could be, that works with them.
Okay. And so those are the numbers that you imagine in St. Louis with this amount of money. When you've done work in other cities, can you talk a little bit about the outcomes that you've seen or the benefits that you have brought? Any of those stories? Can you give a little bit more on that? I know we had a little bit, but.
Well, Eva mentioned that we asked people that are receiving relief to send us their stories, their testimonials, and we've been getting those by the thousands from different jurisdictions across the country, and they're very compelling when you read them. So we know we are making a difference for households across the country in these various jurisdictions. And Eva, I don't know what else we'd like to say about impact.
Sure. So I would say the benefits really run the gamut, but we hear stories about improved credit ratings, right? Once people's improvements in their credit scores. We hear a lot about mental health and stress reduction. We hear stories about people returning for care because they've delayed their health care out of fear of medical bills or because they're carrying the burden of medical debt. So it really is a whole range of effects. But it's certainly something that people welcome and embrace and gives them a lot of hope in what has been a very difficult time.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my, we lost Alderman Browning, but we have Alderman Cohn back. So that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Alderman Cohn.
I don't have any questions. I just want to commend my colleague from the 14th Ward. This is a conversation I know I started having probably about 3 years ago when we got the ARPA funds in, and so I'm very excited to see this in the works and that we're able to fund it. I know that these types of programs have had tremendous impacts on those that have been sometimes very surprisingly struck with medical debt that is completely outside of their control, and in some cases can lead people down a path to either being unhoused or unable to fulfill other life obligations as well. And so this is definitely something that I think will help the citizens of our city get their lives in a better place than maybe they were before, and any relief that we're able to provide with just the crushing amount of medical debt that comes our way, I fully support. Thankfully, many of us are insured down here, but I've had my fair share of health issues in the not so distant future or past, and your insurance provider usually sends you a copy of what their cost is on just regular visits and tests and things of that nature. And for those of you that maybe haven't looked at those, it's thousands, if not tens of thousands, and sometimes even more in terms of just single tests that are being run. So I really I want to, emphasize my support of this and appreciate the alderman from the 14th for coordinating and bringing this to the floor here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Alderman Browning?
Just echoing those comments, I think the American Rescue Plan Act was intended to help people recover from the pandemic, and it makes a lot of sense to target this towards medical debt, whether that was the result of the pandemic or just in general our terrible healthcare system that makes people have to go into debt so they care. I still hold that we would solve 90% of the problems in this country if we just had universal health care, but we don't. And so we have to work with the system we have. I think RIP Medical Debt is a really cool organization. I saw them on John Oliver, and so it's kind of cool to see them here. But I just hope we can put this money to good use, and I really appreciate you, Alderman Aldridge, for bringing this bill forward.
Absolutely. Vice Chair Sanye?
I don't have any questions. I would just like to commend the Alderman for 14th, and Madam Clerk, may you add me as co-sponsor?
All right, thank you. That was going to be my comment as well, if I could be added as a co-sponsor. Ask, rather, if I could be added as a co-sponsor to Board Bill 181. Did you have something? Okay. All right, with that, I'll...
So, Madam Chair, I actually got two
Got two.
amendments. Yeah, I just want to get our speaker. Thank you to, as Alderman Browning said, we had some celebrities amongst us as they've been on national TV doing great work all across the country. Amendment, if I could put Amendment 1 and Amendment 2 in front of you, if you want to take them up together. What it's doing is there's just was an error. We had it striking out the word human services, and it would be going to the health department that would be actually administering the process.
I make a motion that we bring Amendment number 1 and Amendment number 2 to Board Bill 181 in front of us.
It was moved by Vice Chair Sanye, seconded by Alderman Cone in previous role. So with that, we've accepted amendments number 1 and 2 to Board Bill 181. You may proceed.
All righty. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for this conversation. Like Alderman Browning said, the ARPA dollars was used to really, after a once in a lifetime, hopefully, pandemic that no one's seen will never hopefully happen again. To be able to use these funds to relieve medical debt, as I was hearing stories from the RIP organization and the work they do, just the stories of how, this is a financial burden that's relieved on a lot of people. One thing that Mr. Keefe talked about is how we know healthcare disproportionately affects people of color. And when they have to go to the hospitals, they get these debts that sometimes get on their credit. So to be able to relieve a debt relief for individuals who are already struggling to get health care that can barely be able to pay it off, I think is amazing way that the city can do something innovative with these ARPA funds. I want to thank RIP. I want to thank the mayor's office for being in collaboration, as well as the president's office and Gramindia for helping kind of bring this to the forefront, as well as Alderman Cone for starting the conversation and now seeing it through. But with that, Madam Chairwoman, I would ask for a do pass recommendation.
I make a motion that we pass Board Bill 181 as amended with a do pass recommendation.
Second, previous roll.
All right, it's been moved by Vice Chair Sanye, seconded by Alderman Cone, with due pass recommendation that we pass Board Bill 181 as amended out. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee.
All right, next we have back in front of us recognizing Alderman Narayan on Board Bill 236.
Good afternoon again. Members of the committee, I have a committee substitute to 236 that was uploaded to the drive. I think we should probably adopt that committee substitute before we even begin discussion, because there are some flaws with the initial bill that are cured the committee substitute.
I move that we adopt committee substitute to 236.
Second.
All right. It's been, okay, motion by Alderman Browning, seconded by Vice Chair Sanye with the previous role that we adopt Board Bill 236 Committee Sub. You may proceed.
All right, thank you. And just in the same spirit, there are two amendments that are really, well, the first one's just cleanup language. Excuse me, the second one is cleanup language. If we look at amendment number 2 to Board Bill number 36, Committee Substitute, which is also in the drive, on page 3, line 17, we strike out the words ALFCIO and insert in lieu thereof AFL-CIO. ALF is a lovable alien, but not what we're talking about today. That is just a typo. So I would ask for the committee's favorable consideration in amending amendment number 2.
I make a motion that we adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill.
2.
I'm sorry, amendment number 2 to Board Bill 236 Committee Substitute.
Second.
Previous roll.
All right, it's been moved by Vice Chair Sanye, seconded by Alderwoman Schweitzer, with previous role by President Green, that we adopt amendment number 2. And proceed.
All right, and while we're amending things, I would like to take up amendment number 1. This is after discussion with SLDC that I will get to during the presentation, but I wanted to, just while we're at it, change this to page 3, line 16, strike out the word consult and insert in lieu thereof the word notify.
I move to adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill 236 Committee Substitute as amended.
Second. Previous row.
It's been moved by Alderwoman Schweitzer, seconded by Vice Chair Sanye, with the previous role that we adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill 236 Committee Sub.
Do we need to call the
We did a previous row.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry.
I do have a question on that as well. Further in the bill, it says consulted again. It says, and any other labor, is that the red, that's in red in the committee substitute, and any other labor or union organization who has notified SLDC of their interest in being consulted pursuant to this section. So that need to be their interest in being notified pursuant to this section?
I think that, and I'm happy to take a look at that, but I think we're good on that part. The reason for the change in consulting as opposed to notification was about the process for SLDC to reach out to the affected parties.
So they may want to be consulted, but they're going to be notified based on the change we just made?
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't have the same weight as the change we just made, which is why it's not being changed.
Yeah, that's my understanding, and if we need to revisit that, I'd be happy to do so.
Okay.
But
Yeah, it just probably makes sense to use the same words, people who, in any other labor union or organization who has notified SLDC if they're interested in being consulted. So that's what it says. So. And then it says consulted again, or any labor union or organization consulted, but that's probably they're trying to be consulted.
I'm happy to change all of those to notified if the committee would like to do so.
Yeah, maybe we can do it as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I think thank you. I think the first consulted and any other labor union or organization who has notified SLDC of their interest in being consulted probably needs to be notified, but then later they're being consulted, then the next consulted is like whether or not they're in support or against. It's just they're like consulted to ask for, so that wouldn't be notified. Because we're not notifying them that they're in support or against. They're notifying us.
The goal here is to ensure it, and I'll get into it as we go forward.
Sorry,
go
ahead.
The goal here is to ensure that all the stakeholders are notified of incentives that are expected to cost at least $1 million. And there's no kind of veto provision there. It's to make sure that people can get to the process earlier than we've seen typically. I know that a lot of us have heard from, for example, the teachers union about different incentives, and we hear that by the time that they're aware of it and can reach out to it, it seems like the deal has already been done, basically, with SLDC, and sometimes it's actually through this committee already. It's up for perfection by the time that we're hearing from them for the first time.
Right.
And so we're trying to address that type of situation with that notification.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So just to go through kind of an overview of 236 committee substitute as amended, this amends chapter 3.160.030, which outlines certain requirements for developers to include in their proposals when they apply for financial incentive from the city. This board bill would add the following requirements. A developer would need to list all previous tax incentives that were awarded to the applicant by the city of St. Louis for any past development project, as well as a list of all tax incentives awarded to past developers for projects located on the parcel that they're seeking incentivization on. This will give SLDC and the Board of Aldermen a more comprehensive understanding of the background of both the developer and the location of the previous tax incentives. For example, one of the board bills that we had previously, not today, but one of the discussion points that came out later in the discussion that I would have preferred was that that particular parcel had been incentivized less than 20 years ago. And since very few of us have served on this body for decades, we don't always necessarily have that institutional knowledge. I know not all of us were following the incentive patterns in the city when we were, 8, 9, 10 years old. And so we want to make sure that those are coming to the forefront early in the conversation so that we can make these decisions, so that both SLDC and this Board of Aldermen can make those decisions eyes wide open. If the proposal for the tax incentives is for a project that's expected to cost at least $1 million, SLDC shall consult with the St. Louis Labor Council, the Missouri AFL-CIO, and any other labor organization who's notified SLDC of their interest and has jurisdiction over the area in which the proposed project is going to take place. The development proposal shall indicate if a position has been taken by any of those groups, if they're for it, against it, and that way, again, SLDC and the Board of Aldermen will be able to make decisions based on more information, which is always a good thing. This mirrors the process for St. Louis Public Schools for projects that cost at least $1 million. The labor unions will be notified and given the option to take a position, just like SLPS. They don't have to. It's not binding on anything, but they'll just have the opportunity to. Then any valid collective bargaining agreements or other contracts with labor unions or organizations that are seeking to represent workers employed by the applicant, as well as a copy or documentation of those agreements should be included. This will cover any agreements, contracts with labor unions. They could include neutrality agreements, wage agreements, community benefits agreements, so on and so forth. This allows SLDC and the Board of Aldermen to have proof of any existing agreements between the developer and any labor organizations as the SLDC and the Board of Aldermen is making those decisions. It's important to note that this bill, it does require these additional details to be included in the development proposal, but it does not require the developer to make any agreements or to sign any contracts with any labor unions. It doesn't direct the Board of Aldermen to deny applicants who don't have agreements, who don't want agreements. It just puts the information out there, and it allows SLDC and the Board of Aldermen to make decisions based on the information in front of them. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions, ask for your favorable consideration.
All righty. Just for a reference, because I know you read some of the verbiage that was in there, but we are replacing consult with notify, right?
Yes.
And also- Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and move around. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Alderwoman Spicer, you finished with your?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Just making sure, you know, we're on the same page. So you said there's no agreement that is being taken place. It's just more information that goes into the package that moves through the system, and in an earlier time, that information is in there. Just, you know, we talked a little bit about it before. We know there's a reason we say prevailing wage in our ordinances, not must work with a union. You know, we have to do things legally. So I want to make sure that you can give me an assurance that that's what we're doing here.
The reason for the committee substitute, frankly, is because I was pushing too far initially. So after a consultation with more labor lawyers who really live in that world, we backed off on some of the areas that we were preempted by state law on. I would frankly love for this bill to go further than it does, but I'm trying to push it to the limits allowed by the state of Missouri.
Yeah, I understand. I think that we do that a lot down here. So I always just want to make sure that's where we are, not
Absolutely.
further, you know?
No,
So
I don't want any part of this to be struck down. Certainly,
Right.
I want both
And-
SLDC and the Board of Aldermen to have as much information as possible.
And I do see that you have a severability clause in case there is any
Absolutely.
issue that comes up. Okay, thank you so much for your time and for letting me ask additional questions.
Alderman Browning?
Thank you. Understand the intent of this bill and agree with it. I do love the listing of previous tax incentives awarded to the applicant, and also previous list of the tax incentives for that parcel in question. I'm curious, how far back does that go? Because we've been awarding abatements since, I want to say the 40s. So would that require them to go all the way back into the
I mean,
non-digital records to find that, or
the specific implementation, I would leave to, kind of the regulations regarding that. If someone has to dig through file folders or not, I would leave that up to the entities that have to, promulgate the rules about this and then actually enforce those. But in an ideal world, certainly, I want to know personally as an alderman if we have spent taxpayer money on a parcel of land before, if we're going to incentivize it again, because I personally, and I can only speak for myself here, I'm a bit sick of the revolving door of incentivization where the same parcels get money over and over and over again, when we could see that helping either smaller businesses or other areas in town, just across the board. I hate to see the same parcels and the same developers getting what I call corporate welfare from the taxpayers of the city of St. Louis.
Sure, yeah, it is frustrating when you see a hotel, for instance. Thinking of a different one that we talked about today, but take 20 years, and then 20 years later, they're like, we need another 20 years to rehab this hotel. That doesn't feel like it pays off for the city. Does SLDC need to do a resolution about this, since we're not able to really direct SLDC what to do?
We can't. I'll let SLDC speak to that, certainly.
No, we do not, but we could if you would like us to. Since this is a packet we have to submit to you guys, we can easily just put that in the requirements with the packet.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I know like with Board Bill 64 last year, we were very careful about how we were interacting there, and I want to make sure that we are following everything. So appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
And then I just note that, I think we need, as I said, I think we need greater transparency around tax abatement in general so that people can see how it's working, can see how the city is granting it to benefit the city and benefit the schools and everything else. I'd highly recommend a system similar to Franklin County in Ohio. They actually have a website where you can go and you can check on parcels and you can see what the property taxes were and if it's been abated and what that result was for the city. It's a pretty neat system and just trying to move us into the 21st century in terms of tax abatement. But that has nothing to do with this bill. I'm just saying that would be nice.
It would be.
I appreciate you bringing this forward. Appreciate the correction from Alf. I do love Alf, but
Sadly, we had to get rid of him in this.
yeah, and this is great. Again, thank you for bringing this forward and for being intentional with.
Absolutely.
All right, we had a few people that signed up online to speak, so after Vice Chair Sanye, then we'll let the public speak.
Thank you, Alderwoman Schweitzer, for asking the questions that I was going to ask. I too just had questions about the legalities of it. But I also do appreciate you for pushing, because if you push far, then you're going to get everything that you can possibly get. So hopefully that is what's in the committee substitute. And I would echo your sentiment. Even for today, for the Midas Hotel, I had to contact the Collector of Revenue and the Assessor's Office to figure out where they were. So I think that you are saving me work later on, and I do think that's important information to have. And I think it might even be a good idea at some point to develop. I would like to see a map of the city. Where have we really given out abatements and tips, and how many times each place? I think that information would be helpful, and I think this bill will help us to get to a point where it won't take so much data collection to go back and do it, because we'll be collecting as we go. So I would just request to be added as co-sponsor, and I look forward to supporting this today.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead. I know we had a couple of people.
Alderwoman, could I?
Oh, you want to speak? Oh, I thought you were telling me to go ahead. Okay, President
Just
Grant.
one last thing. I do want to just thank Alderman Narayan for working collaboratively with labor unions and with my office. And Alderman Cohn for the initial Board Bill 64 that we did, a year ago now. I think this is the third amendment or update to that bill, and I just think it underscores how legislation is not a static process, and we're constantly should be looking for ways to improve and make things better as new information or new challenges come across our desks. And so just really want to thank Alderman Narayan for your work on this, your partnership, and well, I share with you in wanting this to go forward, and I wish we could just mandate labor neutrality. We need a couple of other changes with the NLRB and in order to get there, but I'm hoping that we will get there eventually, so we can make sure that we have all the information we need to if we're using incentives, to do it in a way that really is creating quality jobs, living wage jobs for folks, so that we're not subsidizing poverty wages and also subsidizing profits for wealthy developers. So thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Cohn, I see you popped up. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
I just wanted to echo the sentiments of everyone and thank the alderman from the, I wanted to say the 24th ward, but the 4th ward for his efforts with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two people in line. Would you mind unmuting your phone and turn on your camera? Mr. Pruitt, would you? Okay, thank you. Would you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Can I see your hand? Elamine, can I please see your right hand? Thank you. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. We're going to start with Alameen.
I'm sorry, could you start with Mr. Pruitt? I don't have my
Okay,
information.
I'm sorry.
yet.
Start
Thank
with
you.
Mr. Pruitt.
Oh, great. Yeah, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, and President Green, glad to see you. This bill, the only opposition I have against this particular bill is only one reference. I think it's great to have the data, the research, and everything else. But ironically, there is a significant amount of dollars that are now being relegated to be spent in North St. Louis from the ARPA and other sources. And in most cases, we like to see as many contractors, African-American contractors and workers participating in that work. But it appears to me that this bill, this one section that notifies labor, is trying to give labor a leg up as relates to what's going on in those neighborhoods versus those other construction contractors that are non-union. My greatest concern is that right now, if you look at the city's disparity study, only 17% of the workers on the city projects are city residents, which means that over 80% of all of the folks who belong to the same people who want to control and have some say in what happens live outside of the city. And I have a problem with those folks getting notification and trying to leverage it and lobby against projects that are going to happen in predominantly North St. Louis, predominantly African-American neighborhoods. I think that it is a violation of those residents and those neighbors' civil rights that organizations that are primarily white are getting a leg up and getting leverage through the legislative process to have some sort of control and dictate over the projects that people that look like them are going to try to do in those communities. Because of that, we feel that it's going to represent a disparate impact and so forth. We are preparing a notice to Department of Housing and Urban Development under the disparate impact, and we'll be asking HUD to freeze all federal funds that are coming out of HUD to the city block grant. And therefore, if a bill like this passed, where we give white union organizations a leg up on and some say in what happens in development in predominantly Black neighborhoods. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Alameen?
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Yafet Elamine. I am the Executive Director of MOCAN, Construction and Contractors Assistance Center. In short, I would like to say that this year MOCAN is celebrating 50 years of advocacy and inclusion for minority workers and businesses, as well as female workers in the construction industry. MOCAN has a long-standing history and relationship with the city of St. Louis, going all the way back to the suit of the city of St. Louis in 1989 that led to the first Executive Order 28 that established goals of 25 and 5. For minority and female businesses. We subsequently worked with multiple administrations, particularly on workforce ordinances, 75, 46, and then recently the first bills that codified the city of St. Louis's disparity goals into law, which happened in 2017. I say this to say that we have for the last 5 decades dealt directly on issues of exclusion of people of color and disadvantaged persons from the construction industry. And unfortunately, we are saddened to say that most of that exclusion of people of color and females in construction has been because of labor unions. Unfortunately, we do recognize that that these disadvantages that we've been placed have caused hardships for people who live in these communities to work on projects in their very own communities. And we would ask for you all, particularly those representatives who are in support of labor unions. And let's be clear, we are not against labor unions, construction labor unions to be specifically, as MOCAN membership reflects. Half of those members are union and about another half are non-union companies. However, we do recognize that most minority companies are non-union companies as they have experienced that discrimination. We believe that it's important for the committee to ask the pertinent questions. And one that is, what are the current numbers in the construction unions for minorities and females? What are they currently? What have they been over the last 10 years? And is it fair to put one entity as a partner or a lone voice with SLDC without the other entities, i.e. MOCAN, who has advocated for minority contractors and workers, the NAACP, Urban League, the Coalition of Black Trade Unions, who is a separate union supporting organization, but they had to separate because their issues as African Americans in the labors have not been heard or represented. So we believe that it is the spirit of the bill to notify and ensure that people get information should be applauded. However, we are concerned about the notification of one single entity, being the unions, to the exclusion of our organizations and other organizations that have advocated and had to advocate at times against the unions for discriminations in our own community. So we would ask for the committee, if in fact it is looked at to do pass this legislation, to consider an amendment that affords for other minority advocacy organizations and female construction advocacy organizations to be a part of the discussion, to be a part of the information provided, so that we can balance out the information to our communities and the advocacy, as the unions have not been a fair representation, particularly of people in North St. Louis, who primarily are people of color. And I say that as the construction unions, not the unions in full totality. So we would ask for this bill not to be voted forward in its current form, and as it's referencing other organizations, to have the sponsor, who we just found out about this bill yesterday and had no idea and had no communication with the sponsor of the bill, nor the NAACP, to also include minority organizations so that Black and brown people have an opportunity to have a voice at the table and not be voiceless. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. And at this time, I will entertain any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elamine. I know there was a reference to the amount of time she spoke, so I'll take it as a point of privilege, just as the only person here on HUD and the Black woman who represents the north side of the city of St. Louis, and as her proud Alder lady, to have her now as my expert witness for the record, so we can do it like that to make everyone more comfortable with her speaking and continuing to speak. And Alderman Ryan, are you open to working with her on an amendment?
I'm happy to work with anyone who wants to promote a middle-class life for workers in the city of St. Louis.
Absolutely. President Green?
Could I say something for a second? There is a line in here that says, and this was added, so perhaps, Yafet, you don't see this, but it says, not just the labor unions, it says, and any other labor union or organization that has notified SLDC of their interest in being consulted pursuant to this section. And so my reading of that would be that if MOCAN or the NAACP were to notify SLDC, just like any other labor union, that they wanted to be on the list to get notification of these projects, that you can do that under the language that is in this bill.
That's my understanding as well.
And thank you so much for that, President of the Board of Aldermen. I do know, as you've been a speaker at MoCan's events and working with us on our workforce, that it is important to highlight equality. And I would just ask again for the committee and anyone else to request the current numbers of the workforce and the diversity in it, and feel compelled to put our organizations in the legislation equally as the other ones, as we have had to advocate and many times against the unions because they've excluded us.
I have nothing else.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any question? Go ahead.
Ms. Yaffe, thank you for being here today and for, bringing your comments forward. And I think we always have to think about racial disparities and what race means and how it applies. And even though it's 2024, I mean, there's one organization for firefighters and there's another one for the Black ones. There's one organization for police officers and there's another one for African Americans. And I could go on and so forth. I really do like this bill. I do support this bill. What I would like to hear from you as someone who has the power to propose amendments, have you thought about what you want to see? Because I think what I hear from you saying is, okay, I hear that language addresses it, but just like you're naming one specific entity, I would like you to name another entity that specifically focuses on, serving African Americans, folks of color. So have you thought about what that specifically looks like? Is it MoCan that you would like named? Is it NAA? I'm just curious so that I can do my part to support this bill and to support the alderman who I think has great intentions. Have you thought about, what that language is there? And I would say that I do agree with your sentiments, knowing that segregation is still very much a thing that exists, that I can totally understand your validity of let's not just highlight one entity. And if we do, let's make sure we add another one that addresses, other groups that are often marginalized and left out. So just, have you thought about what it is that you would specifically like to see? And if so, I'm happy to propose that amendment to the bill.
Absolutely. So thank you so much again for the question. I will say that the city already has a committee that was formulated in the passage of its last ordinance that set up a committee of entities, including MoCan, including the NAACP, including Coalition of Black Trade Unions. These were all, including the Hispanic Chamber, including the Black Chamber. These were all entities that were supposed to work in an advisory capacity with the city of St. Louis and SLDC because of the same things that Alderman Narayan is bringing forward: lack of transparency, lack of understanding. I would suggest that we use the same agents that were in the previous law to include those people again as a part of the entities that are notified of it. I do also would like to say that historically and where we are now, combined, that the labor unions do not have combined 10% minority participation or over 4% female participation in the construction industry to date.
Understood. So if Alderman Narayan were to make a commitment to working with myself or any of my other colleagues who might be interested in you and crafting some language around this and commit to making that amendment kind of now friendly, but really probably formally on the floor, is that something that then you would be comfortable with seeing this go through?
Absolutely. I can try to pull the past committee for you, just so you all understand the city has past precedent on including these bodies as entities to sit at the table with the city to advocate for all entities and people of color, including females in the construction industry. So I can try to pull that and would be happy to give that information to you as well as to Alderman Narayan.
Excellent. As a Black woman, I understand how the additional barriers that we have, the things that we have to go through, and even sometimes how we're not even intentionally left out, but just sometimes subconsciously an afterthought. So I want to make that commitment to you that I'm willing to work with Alderman Orion and any other of my colleagues to make sure we get that language right and propose that amendment and make sure that it moves forward with something that does include something that can address the very valid points that I feel like you're bringing up.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Elamine. This is where this kind of work happens, right, in the committee. So I appreciate you coming on, knowing full well that you just heard about this legislation. I know you were on some other committees this morning, but again, we all know
We're
and
at a
watch
disadvantage.
and follow
We're at a
you, yeah, how
disadvantage.
you advocate across the city and daily, right? And so I'm asking that we can work on this in committee. And again, she just received the committee sub as we did.
We
And
didn't receive
so,
the committee substitute.
right. I mean,
I'm
well,
sorry.
I'm sorry, right? You all haven't received the committee sub, but again, as we take time with other advocacy groups and everywhere on other pieces of legislation, I'm just asking that we do that. Give this opportunity the same here on something like this piece as well. But it's your call as the sponsor.
At this point, given where we are in the session, I'm committed to continuing working on this, but I would like to move. Okay.
Okay, well, we know, I mean, again, respectfully, the committee is where people and our public can speak, and even just the two of them, as the head of their organizations, were able to speak. They may have members of their body that would like to speak in a
Sure.
public setting, and they can't do that on the floor. We know and understand that, but if it's your call, it's your call on it. But again, I mean, respectfully, if we could, I know we're working around a lot of other pieces of legislation around here. I'm not trying to add, I'm not trying, but I mean, this is important, and some concerns were brought forth that I think respectfully people would want to do here versus on the floor, because we know how I can get on the floor. And I'm gonna back off, but just make your decision.
Sure. And I would say, it sounds like there's maybe just a small bit of cleanup language that needs to happen, because the way I read it, all MOCAN would need to do to be included in every discussion that SLDC has moving forward on these is to ask to be included, because they are an organization, and it's laid out in the board bill that if they ask to be included, they will be included. The one thing I will say about Ms. Elamine's testimony, she requested the ability to sit at the table. Unfortunately, that's the exact thing that we cannot do under Missouri state law. That's why the committee substitute came through, because we can't kind of dictate that. That's why we had to back it off to notice, not consult. I would love it if it was consult and SLDC had to sit with the interested parties and make a holistic decision, but that's simply not allowed under state law right now. So the notification is really the best we can do, and then it's up to SLDC and to us as advocates for our community to make those decisions for our community.
I'm so glad you brought that up about us advocating for our community, because that's all I'm doing as well. And I want to also say that I know personally the fight and the work that Ms. Elamine does, and it wasn't personal for her. So I don't want any narrative to be out there she was just on here for herself or for MOCAN. It's
not
way
at all.
bigger than that. And so I have, if you'll hold off, I have an amendment that I can work on right now for you, hopefully with the clerk, and try to get something done, and we can have that conversation if we want to move around the agenda, or if you want to, again, it's your call, it's your legislation. If you want to go ahead and do it now, then I will be trying to work with you to hopefully have a smooth ride on the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to move this out of committee today, just given where we're at in the session. But and Alderwoman, Chairwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Saunier, I believe that you both know that I remain, when I say I remain committed to working on something all the way through and even past perfection, I certainly am, and it is, even by the plain language of the text, there was no intention or desire to leave out any organization. That's why we left it so broad as to include any organization So that means the NAACP, that means MOCAN, that means the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, that means any entity that wants to be included in these conversations can. It's just impossible to list them all.
Well, can I ask why the one was listed?
The AFL-CIO, because of it's basically an umbrella group. So to give them notice gives notice hundreds of other organizations, and it puts the onus on that one organization to then disseminate information out to as many under their umbrella as possible. That way, if the teachers say, and not to pick on teachers, but I mentioned them earlier, if Local 420 says, hey, we didn't get notice, I can say, hey, take that up with AFL-CIO. We notified them X amount of weeks ago.
All right, thank you so much. Vice Chair Saya?
Two things. One, I do think your intentions are good, but I think that this is just dealing with some, racial history and I think valid mistrust. For me, I do agree with Ms. Yamin. I think the thing is, even when you say that AFL-CIO, that they are an umbrella organization, it's hard because we don't necessarily have an umbrella organization for the unions that strictly represent communities of color. So I think, for consistency, if we're going to name one umbrella, that we could commit to just adding another umbrella, and it's harder because it's not one central, union organization. But I do think that I understand the mistrust, and I think if I was in the shoes of some of the members, probably some of our African-American union workers, I would say, if you're naming one entity, then can you at least name one more that's me, or either not name one at all?
If you wanted to include, say, the NAACP or MOCAN or both of them by name, I would be fine with doing that. That's not a problem. The problem for me is not naming an organization. It's
the timing.
Which one and how many, and that's why we so open there.
Yeah. We do also have another HUD's meeting this week, likely, so I don't know if that works for your schedule, and I know we're still internally figuring out what that looks like, but that might be an option if your goal is to get this out of committee, and if we suspect that it's just like a simple one line or two lines, maybe we could, maybe Alderwoman Clark Hubbard and I could commit to working to kind of find that language in time for you to have that amendment ready at our next meeting, possibly.
And that meeting will be this week?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to go by that, and I don't want to, I understand too as well everybody's position on this, but the history of it is why we're here today and why we're pushing back on it today. And so, again, my constituent, Ms. Elamine, and some other organizations, if it's just about adding their names, then I can reach out to the clerk right now and do an amendment for this to have it done today, if you're trying to get it done today.
Yeah. I'm fine if you want to go into a recess or something. I don't know if there's anything else on the agenda.
I
sure.
can go. Yeah, if you want.
There's one more bill. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with.
While we
with.
around.
I don't know how we would do it, but I'm fine with walking away for a few minutes and then coming back.
Yeah, what we'll do is I will. Yeah, I can send it. What I'm gonna do is have them work on the names right now. Again, this is nothing against you and nefarious against
not at all.
anybody in the
Not at
spirit
all.
of this bill. But again, we know the history, and I just had a conversation with Kim in the hallway about when people say they're gonna do something, they don't necessarily do it.
Sure.
So I want to make sure if we have this opportunity here in committee where this kind of work should happen, that we can go ahead and take advantage of it. So thank you so much for your willingness to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said before, since I think it already includes any organization, if you have a named organization that you want to include in it, that is completely fine with me.
All right, thank you so much.
And so I guess at this point, I'll ask to hold it, and we'll take it back up later today. Okay, thank you.
So while I wait on that to send it over, we'll go ahead. I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Sanye for this last bill. We almost there, yeah. But this is where it's fun, right? This is what the committee is for. So we, So okay, so we can do that. Now I'll stand up.
Alderwoman Hubbard, you are recognized to speak to Board Bill 176.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you read the summary for Board Bill 176? Yes, ma'am.
Board Bill 176, introduced by Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard, co-sponsors President Megan Green. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Appropriate establishing an impacted tenants fund to protect tenants in St. Louis City who are forced to relocate for their from their rental unit due to condemnation for occupancy due to the landlord's failure to maintain the rental unit in conformance with code requirements, and reappropriating a portion of the funds received under the American Rescue Plan Act 2021, Section 9901, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Act, the act, and previously appropriated by ordinance number 71393 to the Impacted Tenants Fund, directing the funds collected from the enforcement of building codes violations to Impacted Tenants Fund annually, and appropriating such funds for a program of distribution to eligible tenants and containing a severability clause and an emergency clause.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. So this, like, similar to Board Bill 181, this initial funding was in the original 143, but was pulled out to be a standalone. So I know we kind of touched on it when we first were hearing this legislation, but of course, I'm here to answer any additional questions you may have about this and how it'll move into perpetuity through a fund that was already in place but never used, with the intention that it was in place for by one of our former, well, she's still our colleague now, Alderwoman Ingracia. And I know we have some speakers that, bless their hearts, have been here this whole time. So I would like to afford them the effort to be able to speak unless you have some specific questions for me right now. Okay, right. Go with the speakers, Vice Chair.
Yep, we can go to speakers.
Okay, would you please raise your right hand, those who are listed to speak? Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Our first speaker is Troy Lee, in support. And you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Troy Lee. I used to live in the Central West End, 5453 Delmar Boulevard, Apartment 216, from March 1st of 2021 to March 31st of 2023. I'm testifying in support of Board Bill 176 and Impacted Tenant Fund, with one exception. This ordinance recommends that the Board of Estimate and Apportionment can fail in eviction or court process due to tenants' lack of knowledge of all forms needed to be completed before trial. I personally was forced to move because after 29 months of no heat, I was trying to stay to the end of my lease. Many residents are afraid to complain about the conditions and fear of being evicted. I'm starting backward. I was denied the motion to set aside. My show cause was dismissed because my appeal was denied. Sitting in the court for 3.5 hours on a counterclaim resulted in a judgment to the property manager. In the first civil case, I showed I showed the judge photos of my apartment. No heat. They tore everything up. And I have a letter from the city, major violations. To this day, I doubt if anything was done. Okay, the Board Bill 76 can use an expansion or investigation with the property manager or owner, because with the cases, with the many forms a tenant needs to know how to fill out, they're not being afforded the opportunity. I think that the court should allow direction for the tenant to approach the form, but the court, the clerk says nothing. So the tenant's going there with all this information and is not allowed to speak because the judge says, well, you didn't submit it with the clerk to the courts. So that's really unfair to the tenants. So people just sit there and wait and suffer because they're afraid of being evicted because of lack of knowledge and nowhere to go. I'm a Marine Corps disabled veteran. I have been fortunate to have the Veterans Affairs to help me along with housing. But since I've been here 4 years, I've been in 4 different apartments because of trouble with landlords. I think this bill, like I said, can use an expansion to investigate the owners and the management, because in the courts, if you got the tenant here and the owner here, and in the middle is the courts and the lawyer, the property lawyer, the judge is going to rule the property lawyer because now the owner doesn't matter anymore. It's about, as far as I'm concerned, using the eviction process as cash cows. On any given week, there are 200
Mr. Troy?
tenants in eviction. That's all.
All right, thank you. Chris Wilcox?
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Wilcox. I live in the 14th Ward. I support Board Bill 176 and its establishment of an impacted tenant fund, although I do want to stress some areas that still need to be addressed. Mr. Troy already, previewed a bunch of those. Particularly, I think his situation is really indicative of a very big systemic problem we have in the city with landlords and the conditions of people's apartments. I don't think $100,000 will be enough to address the need for tenants to relocate from substandard housing. Obviously, ARPA is a temporary, and so it needs permanent funding no matter what the amount was. If it will be funded through fines, we are overdue to implement routine inspections similar to other cities, particularly for tenants who are moving in. And hopefully these are the sorts of things that can be addressed either from subsequent legislation or the upcoming budget cycle. We don't know the full extent of landlord neglect in people's homes. We're seeing disasters like what happened at Heritage House through neglect for routine care and maintenance, particularly for older residents with low incomes. Poor conditions are rampant in housing for the city's tenants. In my own family, for example, my sister when she was looking at apartments, would frequently find signs of cockroaches, and in one case, a door in the apartment that wouldn't close because it was painted over too many times. She had to leave her last apartment because it got sick from the mold. Her landlord went on to list the property as is with even higher rent. I'm glad the Board Bill 176 establishes some means of compensating tenants for the consequences of landlord neglect. We need to fully address the scale of neglect tenants are forced to tolerate and to avert disasters like what happened at Heritage House. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Homes for All St. Louis in support. Okay. I'll go to the next one. Sarah Watkins in support.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Watkins. I live in the 7th Ward. I'm a tenant, advocate, and a renter. And I'm reading this letter on behalf of Homes for All St. Louis. So hello, HUD's committee again. Just want to thank the sponsor for introducing this bill and thank the tenants who stayed to testify This bill is very important to me. I've been displaced. I've spent years fighting against conditions issues, only for the building division to come in 5 minutes and condemn the house. So this letter is being read on behalf of Homes for All St. Louis, a Black renter-led housing justice and advocacy organization where our main motto is housing is a human right. We would like to thank you for the introduction of this Tenant Impact Fund, as we know firsthand how tenants are often left displaced at no fault of their own, whether it's by repairs and remodeling of their residence or negligence by the landlord that could lead to condemnation. We support Board Bill 176 and the establishment of this fund to assist displaced tenants with rehousing funds. Our main and really only concern of this fund is the starting amount, as we believe that 100K should be increased to at least 500K, and we'll tell you why. Considering the amount of the households that could be impacted, and particularly speaking about the Black neighborhoods, the over 800 households that were previously omitted from the Housing Conservation District, the cost for individuals and specifically families to temporarily or permanently relocate could cost an average of $3,000 per family. And this is data that we have gathered on our Homes for All renters hotline. When people call in and tell us what they need, what they're going through, $3,000 is like the average that they are requesting. We also know the influx of tenants and renters that are abruptly being asked to leave due to a sale of their residence or increasing their rent is no longer feasible to their income and budget. The St. Louis Affordable Housing Report Card, released in 2019, states that renters who fall in the 0 to 30% AMI group face a supply shortfall of approximately 35,000 units based on the available data. And so that means that renters who have an AMI of 30 to 80% are competing for those units that the lower AMI folks are as well. And so to wrap it up, affordable housing is not accessible in St. Louis for low income and Black renters. And we should be realistic in understanding that the search for quality affordable housing is lengthy and expensive process for tenants who are competing. And we urge the Hertz Committee to vote in favor of this bill and to help renters navigate the housing crisis as we work to bring rental units back up to code and ensure that everyone in St. Louis has safe and dignified housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Maisha Johnson in support.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Maisha Johnson, and I live in the 3rd Ward of St. Louis. I am in favor of Board 176. I am asking that more funding be allocated to that, being that we know that $100,000 isn't going to secure most of the people that will be unhoused due to the ordinance or reconstruction of the property that they're staying in. And it will cause a lot of folks to have other issues added on to not being able to be in safe housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 2 people online to speak. Would you please unmute and turn your cameras on, please? Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah. Thank you. So could I have Fatima?
Hi, my name is Fatima Kamara. I live in St. Louis City in the 10th Ward, and I'm speaking in support of Board Bill 176. I work on the We the Tenants campaign, which is held by Action St. Louis and Arch City Defenders. 2.5 months ago, a pipe burst at a building that was mostly seniors called Heritage House on one of the coldest nights in winter. The building was condemned due to the damage, and as a result, all 200 or so residents were displaced. About 100 of those residents had to stay in hotels that were provided at no cost to them. We worked to coordinate resources with these 100 Heritage House residents and did our best to check on them regularly. For weeks, they were repeatedly told that the funds paying for their hotels were about to run out and they would have to leave even if they had not yet found permanent housing. Although their hotel stays did keep getting extended, it was always in the 11th hour. And some of the residents, who again were mostly seniors, were shuffled to 4 or even 5 different hotels in this process. And these compounding stressors after losing their homes left the residents traumatized, even if they were able to find permanent housing. And 2.5 months later, a lot of them still have not found permanent housing. Most of them were not receiving any type of housing voucher or assistance and are now tasked with finding affordable housing on a fixed income. They're being forced to enter a market they were not prepared to enter, and most cannot afford. Situations like this are going to become increasingly common, while poorly maintained properties like Heritage House or the Peabodys or Southwest Crossing, also known as Fountains at Carondelet, and countless others, are bought by various companies and allowed to go into disrepair. When people are made homeless by poorly maintained properties like this, it's incredibly expensive. I spoke to residents who were choosing between buying food and buying medication. I spoke to residents with no transportation who were paying upwards of $30 for each meal that they had to buy at a hotel. Some residents had to pay for 5 or more application fees to apply for new homes. And some residents couldn't deal with being placed any further from their family or moving from hotel to hotel again and again, and they started paying $100 per night out of pocket for a hotel. This is all just to end up living somewhere with less access to transportation, that's probably less safe, and that may have even worse conditions issues. For all these reasons, an impacted tenants fund must be created, but with a larger allocation than the proposed $100,000 of ARPA funding, which wouldn't even support the closure of one large building at least. Also, given the fact that finding new housing can take months and that many properties require a deposit of first and last month's rent along with that first month's rent to move in, I believe that the allotment for each individual should be at least 3 months of market rate assistance rather than the 1 month that's currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sunny Hutton.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the HUDS Committee for allowing this opportunity for us to speak today. And again, I am in support of Board Bill 176. Again, Sunny Hutton, I am co-founder and fund development manager of Homes for All St. Louis. We are a Black renter-led organization that catalyzes tenant associations that serve as an accountability mechanism for landlords to improve and maintain housing quality. Under that umbrella, we advocate for a more renter-friendly policy environment. Over the past year, we've actually worked in collaboration under a Missouri Foundation for Health grant with the Buildings Division, the Department of Health, the Vacancy Collaborative, and other nonprofit partners. And also, of course, residents were represented in that coalition. But we worked together to break down the code enforcement process. And what we found with the support of those different buildings, with the Buildings Division and those departments, was that there was a need for relocation assistance. So this bill is not only supported by residents and tenants, but it's also supported by the departments who participated in this process with us. So I think the only concern that we actually looked at the old 18 ward would be coming into the Housing Conservation District. So this wasn't just a concern for us, but I know I heard from other BOA members that they were concerned about the homes that might come under this Housing Conservation District and then be condemned. So we looked at the number of renter households within the old 18th Ward, which now currently includes wards 9, 10, and 12. And that'll be about 800 renter households that could be impacted by coming under this new housing conservation district. And we're estimating roughly around 3,000 per household that they would need in order to find new housing or at least pay for a hotel in the meantime. So we are in support of Board Bill 176, but would like to see an increase of at least 500,000 to support the families. I actually have to leave and get on an energy disclosure call, so I will not be here for questions. But my teammates, Sarah Watkins, Mr. Troy, and Maisha are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. She's our superhero. Okay. Was there any more speakers?
That's all the speakers we have.
Okay. I want to make sure just a few things because I definitely heard and took some notes on concerns from the speakers. And we know that the $100,000 was definitely what we were pulling from the funding, the ARPA funds that were available that were left over is to set up and establish this fund and moving forward the impact and the addressing, being able to address the impacted tenants. We know it's referenced in the bill could be anywhere between 160,000 to 180,000 annually, typically as a result of these building code violations, and reference that 178,000, close to 179,000 was collected from building code violations in 2023. But I also want to note that the work that Sunny and the other advocates here continue to do, they'll be sitting at the table as the Department of Human Services under Dr. Pearson, who we know is more than capable of work like this, similar to what he did for the direct cash assistance. I'm sorry, not for the direct cash assistance, but some other programs that directly impacted people through not just the pandemic, but before the pandemic just exacerbated that, that they'll be able to share some of these concerns and ideas with him as we move forward with this fund. So I just wanted to clear that up because again, I wanted to echo that the need is greater than what we have here, but we're using it to start it and keep it going into fruition with more funds that'll become available. So with that, I'll take any questions from my colleagues for Board Bill 176.
And we can go in order of seniority. I just want to make sure President Green, do you?
I go last.
Sorry. Alderman Cone, are you on the call? I just want to make sure he's not. All right, Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't have any questions, so thank you.
You're welcome. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. So, it's my understanding that the $100,000 is the allocation, and then as the program continues, the idea would be that more money would go into it. Is that correct?
Yes, the money from a fund that was already established again through our colleague, former Alderwoman Ingracia, that we did speak with then building commissioner he never saw it. It was never taken into fruition from the work that they had done, the former board. So I think what better way to now reinstate this and use it to directly impact our tenants that have to deal with these.
And then any money expended by the city to take care of these issues is placed as a lien. Can you explain that part of the bill or no?
No, it doesn't. None of this money affects repairs or improvements to the properties. You saying as a result of the violations, this money goes to the impacted tenants for rehousing.
So there's no money. So there's money coming into this program, but it's not through people paying back anything the city spends.
No.
Okay. Okay. Great. Yeah. The person on the call there mentioned the Fountains of Carondelet, which is in my ward, and that is one that's been just in an incredibly terrible situation for a lot of folks. People who can move really have already moved. And so when we think about how close people can be to being homeless. You know, these are the kind of things that could help that person not become homeless, have that kind of bridge to the next situation, especially when, you know, in the Fountains of Crondelet project, the option is condemning the building for occupancy, kicking everyone out, or pressuring the owner to do the fixes. But if they don't do them, then the city becomes in a position where they're causing so much displacement. So I appreciate having some amount that goes into it. I am interested to see any projections that are how much more would this fund would grow, or how much would be used, or if that is any information that's available now.
Yeah, we have an amazing finance person with Mr. Coleman. We have a fiscal note, but again, there is no way to really give exact projections, and also without having the program that's going to be developed again through DHS, I think is going to be a factor in how we can look at that too. So as we follow all of our other programs down here, and then we have the data to be able to track and see how effective and impactful they have been, I think that is the same spirit that this will move in.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you, Alderwoman Clark-Hubbard, for bringing this forward. I support this wholeheartedly, that it's not right when people are forced to relocate because the conditions of their housing that they don't own and are not responsible for maintaining are so poor that they are not able to live there anymore safely. That should absolutely be paid for them to be able to find a new place. To echo some of the comments we heard, I also think that we should be increasing the amount that we provide to this fund, as well as increasing the timeline. I don't think that it's possible most of the time to find a new place within a month, especially if you have kids or you have pets or lack of transportation or any other limiting factor that might make it difficult for you to find new housing, including maybe a previous eviction record. So I'd love to see us maybe extend the timeline. It doesn't have to be now in this version, but as we look at this program, I'd like to see us really look at what's needed and respond to that as much as we can. We heard a few different locations mentioned, including some that have been in the news a lot recently, like Heritage House. And I want to be clear, what we have a problem with is that we have housing that was built in the 60s by the federal government, and the federal government does not do that anymore. Thanks, Reagan. But the federal government does not do that anymore, which means we don't have new housing to replace it, and the buildings age and they're not maintained properly, and then we end up with mass incidents like that where people are looking for housing in a short amount of time. So the answer to that is to build more housing. We have to build more housing in St. Louis if we're going to have places for people to go. So I love this. I love that we're providing money for people to relocate, but we've got to follow up on the other end and make sure that they have somewhere to live. With that, I'd ask to be added as a co-sponsor to this. And just again, thank you for bringing this forward. And I think this is an excellent step for our city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Aldridge said he doesn't have any comments, but he would like to be added as co-sponsor. President Green.
So noted.
Thank you, Alderwoman Clark-Hubbard, for your leadership on this. I want to echo the concerns from Homes for All and the We the Tenants campaign. We know that this is a starting point, it's not the ending point. And we, while we estimate if the status quo stays the way it is right now, we estimate between $160,000 and $180,000 per year going into this fund. But we also know that should we have another horrific experience like Heritage House, that $160,000 to $180,000 can be gone very, very quickly. And so two things on that. One, I'm very optimistic about the strategic code enforcement work that's being done, which will hopefully help us to actually increase the fines that we are generating off of perpetually bad actors in our community, to hold them more accountable, and through those fines almost forcing them to pay restitution for some of their acts. But then I'm also looking forward to next session bringing forth legislation for additional funding for both affordable housing, homelessness prevention, and some additional funding into the Impacted Tenants Fund, because we know that this is a full continuum that we have to address. Yes, we have to build more housing, and we have to create more affordable housing, and we need more shelter space for folks that are not yet ready to go into housing or who have already been evicted through no fault of their own because of negligent landlords. And so there's a whole continuum that we have to address, and we've made some good strides this session in addressing many facets of that. There's a lot more work that has to be done, and I'm fully recognize and am committed to making sure that this fund grows and that we get it up to that $500,000 range or more, depending upon what we find our needs are. I think over the first few years, it'll be a little bit of a test to know exactly how many folks apply for this and how much funding is needed, which will then give us some better guideposts for the amount of money that we need long term. But the commitment is there, and I think we've heard it from this committee that the commitment's here from this committee as well. So I look forward in next session following this up with some additional funding. So, heaven forbid we get a really cold winter again next year and we have more pipes burst and more folks that are evicted because of that process. We will hopefully have a better safety net in place than we were able to have this year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to thank Alderwoman Clark Hubbard for her work on the bill. I think this was a concern that came up with the rental registry. We want to make sure that folks have a place to go, and would just request that I be added as co-sponsor. And then with that, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I definitely want to uplift and thank the leadership of President Green and our former Alderwoman and Gracia for bringing it to this, what you just noted is our starting point, and now we'll be able to work to move forward on this. So with that, I would ask that I have your favorable considerations and do pass recommendation for Board Bill 176.
I make a motion that we pass Board Bill 176 with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Previous row. Hearing no objection, we sustain the motion to pass Board Bill 176 with a due pass recommendation.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Can you please have the clerk add me as a co-sponsor?
Absolutely.
So noted.
Me as well, please. Thank you.
So noted.
Thank you.
Do you want me to just introduce the amendment, or do you want to come back up and speak before we do it? Okay, great. This is a perfect example. I'm glad that people will be able to go back and watch this meeting and see how we work together in committee where it's supposed to happen on this. Thank you, Alderman Ryan, and on behalf of our advocates that showed up today and reached out. I know if you didn't have a problem with the one name, that you definitely shouldn't have a problem with adding any other names, still with the comfort level of the umbrella of any organization. I think so. I am offering amendment number 1 to Board Bill. Oh, it would be amendment number 3 to Board Bill 236 as amended on page 3, line 21, after the words Missouri AFL-CIO. We got to correct that on here. Insert the following words: MOCAN, Minority Construction and Contractors Assistance Center, NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, AABCA, African American Business and Contractors Association, and CBTU, Coalition of Black Trade Unions. And I would ask you all's favorable consideration on amendment number 3.
Did you make the motion, Alderwoman?
I make the motion that I didn't know if anybody had any questions.
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I just want to make it very clear that I consider this a friendly amendment, and I support this amendment.
All right, thank you. So with that, I make the motion that we adopt amendment 3 to Board Bill 236 as amended.
Second, previous row.
All right, it was motioned by
Motion by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Right, Clark Hubbard,
Vice Chair Clark Hubbard.
seconded by Alderman Cone with a due pass recommendation. Thank you. And thank you so much,
Amen.
Alderman Orion.
Amendment number 3.
It was the amendment, and we didn't do the bill yet.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, with that, you're welcome to close on Board Bill 236 as amended.
Thank you, Chairwoman Clark Hubbard, and thank you for the assist on the amendment. It's important that we do get those right. Typically, I would have been happy to boot it another week, but just given where we're at in the session, I wanted to make sure that we could get this to the floor in time. I appreciate the work that everyone's put into this, the collaborative spirit. I do want to address just a couple of things that were brought up in the public comment that we heard from Mr. Pruitt and Ms. Elamine. One is the desire to sit at the table. As I noted earlier, I would love for us all to have that ability to do so, but we had to back away from that just given what we're preempted by at the state level. Additionally, there was some concern about the number of city residents that are doing work on city jobs. I will note that there's already a law surrounding that, but one of the things that I've been advocating for is to increase the ability to gather that data. And earlier today in Transportation and Commerce, we heard Board Bill number 239, which does address some of those concerns. I would encourage anyone who shares those concerns to just take a look at that board bill about gathering that data and how we move forward there. So I don't want anyone to think that those comments fell on deaf ears. I certainly hear them, and I want to control for those issues as well. With that, if there are any questions about the final bill that's in front of us now, I would be happy to entertain them, or in the alternative, I ask for your favorable consideration in getting this out of committee with a due pass recommendation today.
All right.
Sorry. Did you want to take questions?
Do you all have any questions? Might have any additional questions? Alderman Cone, if you're still on.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the sponsor's willingness to work on the amendment.
Absolutely. Vice Chair Sanye.
I was just going to make the motion. I make a motion that we pass Board Bill number 236 as amended with a due pass recommendation. Committee
Second,
substitute
previous roll.
as amended.
Wait, committee
Board
substitute.
Bill 236, committee substitute as amended with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Second, previous roll.
All right, it was motion by Vice Chair Sanye, seconded by Alderwoman Schweitzer with due pass recommendation that we have passed Board Bill 236 Committee Sub as amended. Thank you, everyone, for your work, and I forgot to mention Jasheen for their work on this. What is that? Jasheen. Thank you, Jasheen, too. All right, so with that, resolutions for review.
We have none.
Okay, any committee discussions? I talked about maybe we need to move this around. We asked for acknowledgement of testimony after we've gotten through all the bills, but any written testimony?
Yes, we have 2 in support of 176, 3 in opposition of 197. That's it.
All right, any announcements?
Yes, just question or maybe motion for discussion. I saw the email from the clerk that 4 o'clock on Thursday is a little bit too late. Could we do 3:30 on Thursday for a HUD's committee? And then that gives us an hour and a half to hear it, to make sure STL TV gets home by 5.
Alderman Collin, are you still on? And Alderman Browning, did you hear are you okay with that? Okay. All right. It looks like, I'm not sure if Alderman Collin is okay with that.
Talk to him.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shane.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I do have another meeting. I probably won't be able to make it until 4, but if we want to convene at 3:30 and then I can be there at 4, that's fine.
All right.
But I will do my best to be there the start time.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to go ahead then, and just knowing that we can have people participate for the public that's listening, even if you can't make it here at 3:30, you can participate online via Zoom. And that'll be, so our next HUD's committee meeting will be 3:30 on Thursday, the 28th, March 28th. We didn't have a need for excused members, so with that, I'll accept the motion to adjourn. All right, moved by Vice Chair Sanye, seconded by Alderwoman Schweitzer with a previous row. We are adjourned. Have a blessed day.